The smell of dry grass and ozone usually meant a thunderstorm was coming, but the sky above the Blackwood acreage was a flat, bruised purple without a single cloud. I stood at the rusted gate, my fingers tracing the cold iron. The metal felt wet, though there was no dew. It was that specific kind of cold that doesn't just sit on your skin, but seems to vibrate against the bone. I checked my watch, 5:42 p.m. The sun was dipping behind the jagged tree line, and that was when the geometry of the field began to shift. In any other pasture, shadows behave according to the laws of physics. They are passive, they are cast, but in this field the shadows had a sense of direction. As the light died, the silhouettes of the skeletal oaks didn't just lengthen, they sharpened. They didn't fall away from the sun, they reached. Every shadow from the trees, the jagged rocks, and the leaning fence posts was stretching inward, angling with surgical precision toward the exact center of the tall, yellow grass. I stepped through the gate. The latch clicked shut behind me with a sound like a dry bone snapping. I didn't lock it, but when I turned back to check, the handle was jammed tight into the strike plate. I told myself it was the humidity warping the metal, even though the air felt as dry as a kiln. My task was simple. I was a surveyor for the county, sent to mark the boundaries of a land parcel that hadn't been touched since 1924. The records were a mess blurry ink, mentions of unstable topographies, and footnotes about livestock that refused to graze. I reached into my bag for the orange marking tape. My hands were steady, but my fingernails looked blue under the darkening sky. I wasn't cold, yet my body was reacting as if I were submerged in ice water. I began to walk toward the center. With every step, the sound of my boots on the dead stalks grew muffled, as if the field were absorbing the noise. By the time I was 50 yards in, the silence was absolute. No crickets, no wind, just the rhythmic thrum of blood in my ears. I stopped to catch my breath and looked down. My own shadow was no longer attached to my boots at the correct angle. It was elongated, pulled 10 feet ahead of me, a thin, black needle pointing toward a small depression in the grass. "Just light refraction," I whispered. My voice sounded thin, like it was being filtered through a thick layer of gauze. The slope of the hill is tricking the eye. I reached the center point. There was nothing there but a single, flat stone, gray and porous. It looked like a molar buried in the earth. I knelt to place a marker, and that's when the smell changed. The ozone was gone. In its place was the heavy, cloying scent of old copper and wet wool. It was the smell of a fever. I looked back toward the gate. It was gone, not hidden by the dark, but simply absent. The tree line had closed in, forming a perfect, seamless circle of black timber. The shadows of those trees were no longer lines on the ground. They were rising. They stood up from the grass like sheets of black glass flickering at the edges. I reached out to touch the gray stone to steady myself. The surface was hot, not sun-warmed, but pulsing with a low, rhythmic heat like the flank of a large animal. I pulled my hand back, and a thin line of blood beaded on my palm. I hadn't hit a sharp edge. The skin had simply split open, a clean, bloodless divide that only started to ache once I looked at it. A voice came from behind me. It wasn't a shout, but a dry, raspy inhalation. "The sun is down, Elias." I froze. My name is Elias, but I hadn't introduced myself to anyone in this town. I turned slowly. Standing 10 feet away was a man in a surveyor's vest identical to mine. He was tall, his frame slightly too long for his clothes. His face was a blurred smudge in the twilight, as if the camera had moved while taking his picture. He wasn't moving. He wasn't even breathing. He was just a shape that the shadows had gathered around. "Who are you?" I asked. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in my ribs. The man didn't answer. He simply pointed at the ground. I looked down. The shadows of the trees had finally reached the center. They were overlapping now, weaving together over the gray stone, creating a pool of darkness so deep it looked like a hole in the world. My own shadow was no longer mine. It had detached from my feet and was now drifting toward the man, its dark fingers reaching for his boots. I tried to move, but my legs felt heavy, like they were filled with wet sand. "The count is wrong," the man said. His voice didn't come from his mouth. It vibrated out of the air around us. "There's one too many shadows in the field tonight." I looked at the circle of trees. I counted them, 12 oaks. Then I counted the shadows on the ground, 13. The 13th shadow wasn't cast by anything. It was standing upright, 3 feet to my left, mimicking my posture perfectly. When I raised my hand to wipe the sweat from my forehead, the shadow waited. It stayed still for a heartbeat, then slowly, deliberately, it raised its own hand and pressed its dark, translucent fingers against my throat. I couldn't feel the pressure, but the air in my lungs turned to ash. I turned to run, but the grass wasn't yellow anymore. It was black, stained by the creeping ink of the tree line. The gate reappeared for a split second, a mile away, a tiny silver needle in a sea of obsidian. I ran. I didn't look back, but as I ran, I realized the sound of my footsteps was doubling. Thump, 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 thump. I wasn't being followed. I was being synchronized. I reached the gate and threw myself against it. It swung open easily this time, but as I stumbled onto the gravel road, I felt a sharp tug at the base of my spine. I looked back into the field. The man in the vest was gone. The stone was gone, but the shadows were still there, huddled in the center of the field, whispering in a language made of static. I looked down at the road. The moon was high now, casting a clear, bright light. I had no shadow. The ground beneath my feet was empty, a blank space where my silhouette should have been. I looked back at the field, and there it was, my shadow, standing in the center of the black grass, waving at me with a hand that had one too many fingers. The air in my apartment felt different when I returned. It wasn't the temperature or the smell. It was the weight. Every object, the coffee table, the floor lamp, the stack of books by the bed, seemed to be sitting an inch deeper into the floor than it had been that morning. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want to see the walls. I sat in the kitchen, the only illumination coming from the green glow of the microwave clock. 02:14 a.m. I reached for a glass of water, and my hand passed through the space where the glass should have been. I didn't drop it. I simply failed to make contact. I tried again, focusing, and this time my fingers met the cold surface of the glass. It felt brittle, like it was made of frozen sugar. A shadow moved in the hallway. It wasn't the sharp, directional shadow from the field. It was a soft, blurred shape, a smudge of charcoal against the white paint. It moved with a hitching, uneven gait. "Is someone there?" I asked. The clinical detachment I usually maintained was fracturing. My pulse was a frantic, irregular drum. There was no reply, only the sound of something dry dragging across the carpet. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was the sound of a dead leaf caught in a breeze, but there was no wind in the hallway. I stood up and the room tilted. The metallic taste in my mouth grew stronger, the unmistakable tang of a nosebleed. I wiped my upper lip and looked at my hand. The blood wasn't red. In the green light of the microwave, it looked like motor oil, thick, black, and shimmering with a faint, iridescent film. I walked toward the hallway. I had to know. I had to rationalize this. Maybe it was a neurological event, a stroke, a tumor. Those were terrifying, but they were real. They followed the rules of biology. What I had seen in the field didn't follow any rules. I reached the doorway and stopped. The hallway was empty. but the shadows of the coat rack and the umbrella stand were wrong. They were leaning toward me, stretching along the floor, their tips vibrating as if they were trying to break free from the objects that cast them. Then I saw it. At the end of the hall, near the bathroom door, a pair of shoes sat neatly on the floor, my work boots, the ones I was currently wearing. I looked down at my feet. I was barefoot. I didn't remember taking my boots off. I didn't remember walking into the bedroom. The boots at the end of the hall were caked in the yellow grass of the field, and from inside the boots, a pair of legs began to grow. They weren't flesh and bone. They were made of the same flickering black glass I had seen in the field. They rose up, forming a torso, then arms, then a neck. The figure had no face, only a smooth, reflective surface where features should have been. It stood there, wearing my boots, mirroring my exact stance. I raised my left hand. It raised its right. I took a step back. It took a step forward. We were a mirror image, divided by 10 feet of darkened hallway, but there was one difference. On the wall behind the figure, its shadow was perfectly normal. It was a crisp human silhouette. I looked at the wall behind me. There was nothing. I was the one casting no light. I was the anomaly. The figure reached out and touched the light switch. The hallway flooded with a harsh, yellow glare. I winced, expecting the light to burn, but I felt nothing. I looked at my hands. They were becoming translucent. I could see the grain of the wooden floor through my palms. I could see the wiring inside the wall through my chest. "You left something behind," the figure said. Its voice was my voice, but played at the wrong speed, a deep, resonant rumble that made my teeth ache. "What?" I gasped. My lungs felt like they were collapsing. The figure stepped closer. It was solid. It had mass. I could hear the floorboards groan under its weight, the weight I no longer possessed. It reached into its pocket and pulled out a piece of orange marking tape. It was stained with that same black, oily blood. "The center," the figure whispered. "You marked the center, but the center wasn't a place. It was a time." The figure walked through me. There was no pain, only a sudden, overwhelming sensation of static, like my entire body had gone to sleep at once. I was thrown backward, not by force, but by the sheer absence of myself. I fell, but I didn't hit the floor. I kept falling through the wood, through the concrete foundation, into a cold, dark place that smelled of dry grass and ozone. I opened my eyes. I was lying in the center of the field. The sun was setting. The shadows of the trees were stretching toward me, angling with surgical precision. I tried to stand, but I was pinned to the gray stone. I looked down at my chest. A stake of orange marking tape was driven through my ribs, pinning me to the earth like an insect in a display case. I looked toward the gates. A man was standing there. He was wearing a surveyor's vest. He looked steady, professional. He reached for the latch and it clicked shut with a sound like a dry bone snapping. He checked his watch. 5:42 p.m. He began to walk toward the center. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I wasn't a man anymore. I was a shape. I was a flicker at the edge of the frame. I was the 13th shadow, waiting for the light to die so I could finally reach out and take what was mine. The man stopped 50 yards away. He looked down at his feet. He was confused by the way his shadow was stretching toward me. "Just light refraction," he whispered. I felt a surge of cold, clinical hunger. I began to stretch. I began to sharpen. The sun dipped lower, and the geometry of the field began to shift once more. I wasn't Elias anymore. Elias was the man at the gate. I was the thing the field had gathered. and I was very, very hungry for a silhouette. The man the new Elias approached with a cautious, rhythmic gait that I remembered as my own. Every time his boot crunched against the desiccated stalks of grass, I felt the vibration in the marrow of my non-existent bones. I was no longer a creature of depth or volume. I was a stain upon the world, a two-dimensional ache pinned to a porous stone. The orange tape protruding from my chest wasn't plastic anymore. It had become a conduit, a wick drawing the cold darkness of the field into the hollow space where my heart used to beat. He stopped 10 feet away. I could see the sweat beading on his upper lip, the way his eyes darted toward the darkening tree line, and the specific, frantic twitch of his radial artery. I knew the taste of his fear because it was a vintage I had provided. I was the one who had felt the humidity warping the gate. I was the one who had rationalized the blue tint of my fingernails. Now I watched him do it, a silent spectator to my own replacement. "Who's there?" he called out. His voice was a thin reed in a gale of silence. I didn't answer with words. I couldn't. Instead, I felt my edges fraying, reaching out like ink dropped into a basin of water. I wasn't moving my limbs. I was moving my intent. I felt myself sliding across the yellow grass, a silent black smear that ignored the contours of the earth. I was the 13th shadow, the one that didn't belong to the trees or the rocks. I was the residue of 1924, the unstable topography mentioned in the blurred records. The man knelt by the stone, my stone. He reached out his hand, his fingers trembling. I saw the exact moment his skin split. It wasn't a cut from the rock. It was the moment I made contact. The moment the shadow self bit into the light self. The black, oily ichor bubbled to the surface of his palm, and he gasped, a sound of pure, unadulterated confusion. I rose. It wasn't a physical standing up. It was a peeling. I felt myself lifting off the grass like a decal being removed from a window. The world around me didn't get brighter. It got thinner. The colors of the sunset, the bruised purples and jagged oranges, began to bleed out, leaving behind a grayscale reality that hummed with the sound of a dead radio channel. The man scrambled backward, his boots sliding in the dirt. He looked at me, or where I should have been, and his eyes went wide, reflecting a void he couldn't comprehend. I wasn't a man in a vest to him yet. To him, I was a ripple in the air, a localized distortion of gravity. "The sun is down, Elias," I said. The words felt like they were being pulled through a sieve. I saw him flinch as the sound vibrated through his very teeth. I felt a surge of predatory triumph. The field demanded a balance. For every light that entered, a shadow had to be released. For every soul that marked the center, a guardian had to be left behind. The records were a mess because the surveyors never truly returned. They only sent back their silhouettes to live their lives, while the meat and bones stayed behind to feed the oaks. He turned to run. I let him. I knew the geometry of this place better than he did now. I knew that the gate wasn't a destination, it was a mirage. I watched his back, my back, as he sprinted toward the perimeter. He was running toward a life that was already mine. He was running toward a kitchen with a green microwave clock and a hallway that would eventually swallow him whole. I stayed by the stone. The hunger I had felt earlier was beginning to subside, replaced by a heavy, ancient lethargy. I looked down at my hands. They were solidifying. The translucence was fading, replaced by the rugged texture of denim and the nylon of a surveyor's vest. I was becoming the man who had stood over me. I was inheriting his weight, his memories of a childhood in a different state, his preference for black coffee, his fear of heights. I walked toward the gate. The transition was seamless. As I stepped over the threshold where the rusted iron met the gravel road, the silence of the field snapped. The crickets returned in a deafening wave. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of impending rain. The world was loud, wet, and chaotic. I reached into my pocket and found my car keys. They felt impossibly heavy, like lead weights. My shadow followed me now, a normal, obedient thing that stayed tethered to my heels. But as I walked toward my truck, I glanced at the side view mirror. My reflection was a second late. I blinked, the reflection blinked a heartbeat later. I raised my hand to my face, and the man in the glass waited, watching me with eyes that were a fraction too dark before mimicking the gesture. I wasn't just a shadow that had escaped. I was a shadow trying to wear a human being like a suit that was 2 sizes too small. I drove back to the apartment. The town of Blackwood felt like a cardboard set, the streetlights too bright, the people in their cars looking like ghosts. I realized then that the field hadn't just taken my shadow, it had inverted my relationship with reality. To me, the real world was the one that felt like gauze. The only thing that felt solid, the only thing that felt true, was the memory of that gray, porous stone in the center of the yellow grass. When I entered the apartment, the weight I had felt before was gone. Of course it was, I was the weight now. I sat in the kitchen and watched the microwave clock, 02:14 a.m. The cycle was closing. I heard the scritch-scritch in the hallway. I saw the boots. I saw the man, the version of me that had just escaped the field, standing there, terrified, watching his own life being usurped. I felt a twinge of pity, but it was distant, like an itch through a thick glove. I stood up and walked toward him. I felt the floorboards groan. I felt the solidity of my own existence pressing against the fragility of his. "You left something behind," I told him. I watched him fall. I watched him sink through the floor, returning to the field to wait for the next surveyor, the next Elias, the next soul to mark the center of the Blackwood acreage. I was alone in the apartment now. I walked to the bathroom and turned on the light. I looked in the mirror. This time the reflection was perfectly in sync. It smiled when I smiled. It touched its throat when I touched mine. But when I turned off the light, I stayed. I didn't need the light to exist anymore. I stood in the absolute darkness of the windowless bathroom, and I could still see myself. I was a glow of a different kind, a negative luminescence. I reached out and touched the mirror. My hand didn't meet glass. It met cold, damp earth. I pulled my hand back, and a single blade of yellow grass was stuck to my palm. I went to the bedroom and lay down. I didn't sleep. Shadows don't sleep. They only wait for the sun to move. I stared at the ceiling and thought about the records from 1924. I thought about the unstable topographies. The field wasn't growing. It was breathing. Every few decades, it took a breath, drawing in a new set of eyes to look at it, a new set of hands to mark its boundaries. And with every breath, the shadows it gathered grew stronger. The next morning, I went back to the county office. My boss, a man named Miller who smelled of old paper and peppermint, didn't look up from his desk as I walked in. "Get those markers set, Elias," he asked, his pen scratching across a ledger. "The center is marked," I said. My voice sounded perfect. It was a flawless imitation of a human being. Miller paused. He looked up, squinting at me through thick spectacles. He frowned, his gaze lingering on my neck, then my hands. "You look different," he said. "Get some sun out there. You're pale as a sheet." "It was a long day," I replied. "The field is larger than the records suggest." "Always is," Miller grunted, returning to his work. "That Blackwood place is a sinkhole for time. My grandfather used to say the dirt there doesn't know what year it is. Just turn in your report by Friday. I walked to my cubicle. I sat down and opened the manila folder. The blurred ink of the 1924 survey seemed clearer now. I could read the footnotes that had been illegible the day before. The geometry is not Euclidean, one note read in a cramped, frantic hand. The shadows do not follow the sun follows the shadows. We have lost 3 men to the center. They did not die, they simply became part of the evening. I picked up a pen, my hand was steady. I began to draw the map, but I didn't mark the boundaries of the property. I drew the circle of trees, I drew the 13 shadows, and in the center I drew the stone. As I worked, the office around me began to change. The fluorescent lights flickered. The hum of the air conditioner deepened into a low, rhythmic thrum, like the flank of a large animal. I looked at the shadow cast by my desk lamp. It wasn't pointing away from the bulb. It was angling toward me, stretching across the paperwork, its dark fingers reaching for my chest. I wasn't afraid. I felt a sense of belonging. I looked around the office. I saw Miller at his desk. I saw the secretary, Sarah, typing away. I saw the other surveyors, and for the first time I saw what they really were. Miller had no shadow. Sarah's shadow was twice as long as it should have been, reaching under the door of the break room. The man in the cubicle next to mine had a shadow that was currently standing up, leaning over his shoulder, whispering into his ear. The entire office was a collection of gathered shadows, a colony of things that had returned from the fields and the woods and the dark places of the county. We were a silent army, wearing the skins of the people we had replaced, performing the mundane tasks of a bureaucracy that had long ago been hollowed out. "The count is wrong," I whispered to myself. I stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the town of Blackwood was bathed in the bright midday sun, but as I looked down at the sidewalk, I saw the truth. The shadows of the people walking by weren't attached to their feet. They were trailing behind them like capes or leading them like leashes. Some people had 2 shadows, some had none. The field wasn't just a parcel of land, it was the heart, and we were the veins carrying the darkness out into the world, one survey at a time. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I didn't jump. I turned slowly. It was Miller. He wasn't smiling. His eyes were like 2 holes cut into a mask. "You're learning, Elias," he said. His voice had that same static-filled resonance I had heard in the field. "The first few days are always the hardest. The weight takes time to settle." "How many of us are there?" I asked. Miller looked out the window at the sun-drenched street. "In this town, most of us, the ones who still have their own shadows, they don't stay long, they move away, or they go for a walk in the fields and don't come back the same." He squeezed my shoulder. His grip was cold, vibrating against my bone. "There's a new parcel opening up near the old quarry," he said. "Unstable ground, strange readings. I want you to head out there tomorrow. Take the marking tape, mark the center." I looked down at my hand. The black, oily blood from the field had dried, leaving a faint, iridescent stain on my palm. It looked like a map of a place that didn't exist. "I'll mark it," I said. I went back to my desk and continued to draw. I wasn't Elias anymore, but I knew my task. I was a surveyor. I was a gatherer. I was a shadow that had finally found its way into the light, and I had work to do. As the sun began to set over the town of Blackwood, the office shadows grew long and sharp. They reached for one another, weaving together in the corners, creating pools of darkness that were deeper than they had any right to be. We sat in the twilight, a room full of things pretending to be men, waiting for the night to give us back our true shapes. The field was waiting, the stone was pulsing, and somewhere another man was checking his watch, standing at a rusted gate, wondering why the air smelled like ozone and why his fingers felt so cold. I smiled, and in the window's reflection, my shadow smiled back, showing too many teeth. The drive to the old quarry took me through the skeletal remains of the county's industrial past. The roads here were no longer maintained. The asphalt had surrendered to the slow, relentless pressure of roots, cracking into jagged islands of black stone. I drove the company truck with a mechanical precision, my hands gripping the wheel with a strength that would have made my old self ache. But there was no ache now. There was only the hum of the engine and the deeper, subterranean hum that vibrated in the pit of my stomach, a frequency shared with the earth itself. The quarry was a jagged wound in the landscape, a deep basin of limestone and slate that had been abandoned in the late 70s. According to the files I'd skimmed before leaving, 3 different companies had attempted to harvest the stone here. All 3 had folded within a year, citing unforeseen geological instability. The last foreman had vanished entirely, leaving his lunchbox and his hard hat sitting on a ledge 500 feet below the rim. I parked at the edge of the pit. The air here was different from the field, thicker, tasting of wet minerals and ancient, pressurized dust. It didn't smell of life. It smelled of the time before life, the long, cold eons when the world was nothing but rock and steam. I stepped out of the truck. My shadow hit the ground and immediately began to stretch, despite the sun being directly overhead. It didn't taper or blur. It remained a sharp, obsidian silhouette that seemed to be trying to climb down the rock face into the depths of the quarry. I grabbed the bag of marking tape and the iron stakes. The orange plastic of the tape looked garish, an offensive neon intrusion into a world of gray and brown. As I descended the access ramp, the silence of the quarry began to press against my ears. It wasn't the absence of sound, but a heavy, physical quiet that seemed to swallow the noise of my boots. I looked up. The sky was a narrow strip of brilliant blue, but down here the light was failing. It didn't matter where the sun was. The quarry was a reservoir for shadow, a place where the darkness of the night pooled and refused to drain away. I reached the floor of the pit. It was a wasteland of rubble and rusted machinery. A massive crane leaned at a precarious angle, its cable dangling like a hangman's noose. In the center of the floor was a pool of water, perfectly still and black as ink. It didn't reflect the sky. It reflected the walls of the quarry, but the walls in the reflection were covered in carvings, strange, geometric symbols that weren't present on the actual rock. I walked toward the water. Every step felt like wading through invisible cobwebs. The Elia's memories in my head were screaming, a faint, distant static of panic, but the thing I had become ignored them. I was looking for the center, not the physical center of the pit, but the point where the pressure was greatest, where the veil was thinnest. I found it near the edge of the black pool. A single pillar of unquarried stone stood there, a lonely finger of rock that the workers had, for some reason, refused to touch. It was covered in the same black, oily residue I had seen on the stone in the field. I reached into my bag and pulled out a stake. I hammered it into the ground at the base of the pillar. The sound of the hammer hitting the iron didn't ring out. It was a dull thud, as if I were striking a pile of damp laundry. I tied the orange tape to the stake and began to walk backward, unspooling the line to mark the perimeter. As the tape moved through my fingers, I felt a pulse. Thump! It came from the pillar, a low-frequency vibration that traveled up the tape and into my arm. I stopped. The orange plastic began to change. The neon color bled out of it, turning a dull, bruised purple. It began to fray, the fibers twisting together like muscle. "Oh, who's there?" The voice didn't come from the quarry. It came from the truck at the top of the rim. I looked up. A figure was standing by the cab. It was wearing a surveyor's vest. It looked exactly like me. "The new Ilias." He was looking down into the pit, his hand shielding his eyes. He couldn't see me clearly in the gloom of the floor, but he could see the movement of the tape. "Miller sent me," the figure shouted. "He said you might need help with the readings." I didn't answer. I felt a cold, familiar hunger. This was why Miller had sent me. The field had gathered me, but the quarry was hungry too. The county was a series of mouths, and we were the providers. I began to move. I didn't climb the ramp. I moved across the vertical face of the rock. Gravity felt like a suggestion I chose to ignore. I was a shadow, and shadows do not fall, they slide. I moved upward, my fingers finding purchase in cracks no wider than a fingernail, my body flattening against the limestone. The man at the top was pacing nervously. He checked his watch. 12:15 p.m. The sun was at its zenith, the moment of least shadow. He thought he was safe. He thought the light would protect him. I reached the rim 20 feet behind him. I stood up, feeling my mass return, feeling the weight of the stolen bones and the borrowed skin. I adjusted my vest. I wiped the dust from my face. "I'm over here," I said. The man spun around. He gasped, his hand flying to his chest. He looked at me, then looked down into the pit where the orange tape was still vibrating, then back at me. "How did you? I didn't see you come up," he stammered. "There's a shortcut," I said. My voice was smooth, a perfect replica of his own. "The topography here is deceptive. You have to be careful where you step." He nodded, trying to regain his composure. He was young, younger than I remembered being. There was a softness in his face that hadn't been hardened by the field yet. He was still tethered to the world of light and logic. "Miller said the readings were off," he said, holding up a digital theodolite. He said the baseline was shifting. "It is," I said, stepping closer. "Come look. From here you can see the center. You can see why the measurements don't add up." He hesitated, then walked toward the edge of the rim. He stood where I had stood moments before, looking down into the dark throat of the quarry. I stood beside him. Our shadows stretched out over the abyss, two long, dark fingers pointing toward the black pool at the bottom. "I don't see anything," he whispered, "just the water and that pillar." "Look at the reflection," I said, my voice dropping to a low rumble. "Don't look at the rock. Look at what the rock wants to be." He leaned forward, squinting. I saw the moment the quarry took hold of him. His eyes widened, the pupils dilating until the iris was gone. He saw the symbols in the water. He saw the 13th shadow waiting at the bottom. It's moving," he gasped. I reached out. I didn't push him. I didn't have to. I simply touched the back of his neck with my cold, stained palm. The contact was a bridge. I felt his heat, his heartbeat, his terrified, fluttering soul, and I felt the quarry reach up to meet him. The air around us warped. The bright noon sun flickered, the blue sky turning the color of a dead television screen. The man didn't scream as he fell. He didn't even move his arms. He simply stepped off the edge, as if he were walking into a room he had just remembered he belonged in. He hit the black water without a splash. The surface didn't ripple. It simply opened and closed, swallowing him whole. I stood at the rim and watched. Below, the orange tape began to turn bright again. The purple hue faded. the muscle-like fibers returning to plastic. The stake I had driven into the ground was gone. In its place was a man, pinned to the earth by a spike of orange tape driven through his ribs. As he looked up at me, he wasn't a man anymore. He was a flicker. He was a shape. "The center isn't a place," I whispered into the hot, dry wind. "It's a time." I turned and walked back to the truck. I felt heavier now, more substantial. The hunger had been replaced by a dense, leaden satisfaction. I was three people now. I was the Elias who had died in the field. I was the Elias who had just drowned in the quarry, and I was the thing that wore them both. I drove back to the office in silence. The town of Blackwood felt even more fragile than before, a thin crust of civilization built over a boiling sea of darkness. I saw a child playing in a yard, and I saw that her shadow was detached, playing its own game 5 feet away. I saw an old man sitting on a porch, and I saw that he was translucent, the wood of his rocking chair visible through his thighs. When I entered the office, Sarah didn't look up from her typing. "Miller wants to see you," she said. Her voice was a dry rattle. "He's in the basement, the archives." I headed for the stairs. The basement of the county building was a labyrinth of yellowing paper and rusted filing cabinets. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth. Miller was standing at a long wooden table, illuminated by a single bare bulb. He was looking at a map of the entire county. It was covered in red dots. "How was the quarry?" he asked without turning around. "Marked," I said. "Good, that's 12. We only need one more to complete the circuit." He pointed to the map. The red dots formed a rough circle around the town of Blackwood. There was one gap left, a jagged piece of land on the northern edge of the county line. "The Blackwood estate," I read. "The original house," Miller said. "The place where the first survey was conducted in 1892. The family is gone now, but the house remains, the land there. It hasn't been breathed on in a long time. It's stagnant. It needs to be opened up." He turned to look at me. In the harsh light of the bulb, his face looked like it was made of wet clay. One of his eyes was slightly lower than the other, and his skin seemed to be sliding off his cheekbones. "If we complete the circle," I asked, "what happens to the town?" Miller smiled. It was a slow, wet movement of his lips. "The town doesn't go anywhere, Elias. It just stops pretending. No more flickering lights. No more shadows that don't fit. Everything will finally be in sync. The light and the dark will finally be the same thing." He handed me a set of keys. They were old, heavy brass keys on a ring of rusted wire. "Go tonight," he said. "The moon is new. There will be no light to interfere with the gathering. Take the tape. Mark the center of the foyer, and Elias." "Oh, yes." "Don't look in the mirrors. The house hasn't seen a real face in 100 years. It won't know what to do with yours." I took the keys. They were so cold they burned my palm. I felt the weight of the task, the gravity of the circle we were closing. I wasn't just a surveyor anymore. I was an architect. I was building a cage for the sun. I left the office and drove toward the northern edge of town. The sun was setting, casting long, distorted shadows across the road. I watched them dance, watched them stretch and snap, feeling a strange sense of kinship. They were my brothers, my sisters, the lost and the gathered, all waiting for the circle to close so they could finally stand up and walk. The Blackwood estate sat at the end of a long, overgrown driveway. The house was a Victorian monstrosity, a jagged silhouette of gables and chimneys against the darkening sky. It looked less like a building and more like a growth, a tumor of wood and stone that had erupted from the earth. I pulled up to the front door. The silence here was absolute. Not even the crickets dared to sing. I got out of the truck, the marking tape heavy in my hand. I walked up the porch steps, the wood groaning under a weight that was no longer entirely human. I put the key in the lock. It turned with a sound like a bone snapping. I pushed the door open. The interior of the house was a cavern of dust and shadow. The air was still, frozen in time. I stepped into the foyer, my boots leaving deep prints in the layer of gray soot that covered the floor. In the center of the room, a grand staircase spiraled upward into the darkness of the second floor. I looked around for the center. I didn't need a map. I could feel it. It was a cold spot in the air, a localized vacuum that sucked the warmth from my skin. It was directly beneath a massive, ornate chandelier that hung from the ceiling by a thick, rusted chain. I knelt down and prepared the stake, but as I reached for my hammer, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Mirrors. It was a tall, silver-backed mirror in a heavy gilt frame, leaning against the wall near the stairs. It was covered in a thin veil of dust, but the glass beneath was clear. I remembered Miller's warning, "Don't look." But I wasn't Elias anymore. I was the thing the field had gathered. I was the 13 shadows. I was the quarry's depth. I wasn't afraid of a reflection. I turned my head. The mirror didn't show the foyer. It didn't show the dust or the staircase. It showed the field, the yellow grass, the gray stone, the circle of trees. And it showed me, the real me, the first Elias pinned to the stone by the orange tape. He was screaming. I could see his mouth moving, see the veins standing out in his neck, see the agony in his eyes. He was looking directly at me, through the glass, through the miles, through the layers of shadow. And then he reached out. His hand pressed against the surface of the mirror from the other side. The glass didn't break, it rippled like water. His fingers began to emerge into the foyer, pale and trembling, covered in the black, oily blood of the field. "Give it back," a voice whispered. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't Miller's voice. It was 1,000 voices, a chorus of everyone who had ever been gathered by the county. Give back the weight, give back the bone. I backed away, but the hand followed me, stretching out of the mirror, the arm growing longer and longer, the skin gray and translucent. I looked at my own hands. They were beginning to flicker. The solidity I had stolen was failing. The borrowed skin was peeling away, revealing the void beneath. I realized then that the circle wasn't for the town. It was for us. It was a way to keep the gathered things from falling apart, a way to anchor the shadows to the world of the living. And if I didn't mark the center, I would dissolve. I would become nothing more than a memory of a shadow. I lunged for the stake. I hammered it into the floorboards with a desperation I hadn't felt since the field. The wood splintered, and the sound echoed through the house like a gunshot. Thump! The hand from the mirror recoiled. The image of the field shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces of silver. I tied the orange tape to the stake and began to run the line, marking the 4 corners of the foyer. As I tied the final knot, the house groaned. The walls shivered, and the dust on the floor began to swirl in a phantom wind. The orange tape flared with a brilliant, blinding light, not the yellow glare of a bulb, but a cold, blue radiance that carved through the darkness. The circle was closed. I stood in the center of the foyer, gasping for air I didn't need. I looked at my hands. They were solid again, more solid than they had ever been. They felt like stone. They felt like iron. I walked to the front door and opened it. The world outside was gone. There was no driveway, there was no truck, there was no town of Blackwood. There was only the field. The house was sitting in the center of the yellow grass, under a sky that was a permanent, bruised purple. The 13 shadows were standing in a circle around the porch, their heads bowed, their long, dark arms linked together. I stepped out onto the porch. Miller was there, standing at the bottom of the steps. He looked up at me, and his face was finally complete. He had no eyes, no nose, no mouth. He was a smooth, featureless mask of shadow. "Welcome home, Elias," the shadows whispered in unison. I looked down at my own shadow. It wasn't on the ground anymore. It was standing beside me, tall and strong, its hand resting on my shoulder. We were no longer two things. We were the same. I looked out at the horizon. I saw the quarry. I saw the county office. I saw the town. They were all here, nestled in the folds of the field, gathered into the great, dark heart of the acreage. The light of the world was a distant, flickering memory, a candle burning out in a vast, cold room. We were the darkness that remained. We were the truth of the geometry. I sat down on the porch steps and waited. I wasn't hungry anymore. I wasn't afraid. I was simply part of the evening. And somewhere, far away, in a world of sun and clocks, a man was looking at a map. He was looking at a parcel of land that didn't make sense. He was grabbing his marking tape and his iron stakes. He was checking his watch. He was coming to find the center. And we would be here to help him mark it. The man on the other side of the map was named Arthur. I knew this because I could feel the ink of his signature drying on a contract 3 decades removed from this moment. I could feel the sweat on his palms as he gripped the steering wheel of a truck that hadn't been built yet. In the field, time was not a river. It was a stagnant pool, and we were the silt at the bottom, stirred up by every new footfall. I watched him from the porch of the Blackwood estate, though the house was now merely a skeleton of intentions, a cage of ribs held together by the orange tape that pulsed with the rhythm of a slow, tectonic heart. The 13 shadows moved in a slow, rhythmic sway, a human tide governed by a moon that never rose. Miller, or the shape that had used Miller's name, gestured toward the horizon. "The perimeter is stable," the collective voice whispered, "but the center is hungry. The center always requires a witness." I looked down at the orange tape. It had become a vein. The plastic was gone, replaced by a translucent conduit through which a dark, viscous light flowed. It connected the house to the quarry to the field, and the field to the places where the names of men were forgotten. "What happens when he arrives?" I asked. My voice sounded like grinding stones. It was the sound of the earth shifting. "He will do what you did," the Miller shape said. "He will measure the distance between what is seen and what is true. And when he finds the discrepancy, he will try to fix it. He will drive the iron into the dirt, thinking he is claiming the land. He doesn't realize the land is the one holding the hammer." I felt a phantom itch in my chest, the memory of the stake I had driven into the floorboards. I realized now that I hadn't been marking the house. I had been pinning myself to the geography. I was a landmark now. I was a point of reference for a world that had lost its north. I walked down the steps, my feet making no sound on the yellow grass. The shadows parted for me, their forms blurring like smoke in a draft. I walked toward the edge of the estate, where the distorted reality of the house met the infinite expanse of the field. As I walked, the landscape began to shudder. The bruised purple sky cracked. and for a fleeting second, a sliver of brilliant, agonizing gold tore through. It was the sun of the other world, the world of 12:15 p.m. and surveyors' vests. I saw Arthur's truck. It was a white Ford, clean and idling at the edge of a road that didn't exist in my world. He stepped out, squinting against the glare. He looked exactly like me, and yet nothing like me. He had the fragility of a soap bubble. He was holding a clipboard, his thumb hooked into his belt. I stood at the invisible barrier, the veil that Miller had called the thinnest point. To him, I was nothing but a trick of the light, a heat haze shimmering over the tall grass. To me, he was a ghost. "Hey," Arthur shouted. He was looking at the Blackwood estate. In his world, the house was probably a ruin, a collapsed heap of rot and ivy, but he saw something. He saw the center. Is anyone there? I reached out, my hand, now a composite of stone and shadow, pressed against the air. It felt like cold glass. On the other side, Arthur shivered. He rubbed his arms, looking around nervously. He walked toward the spot where the first Elias had died, the spot where the stone sat waiting. "Don't," I whispered. But the word didn't cross the barrier as speech. It crossed as a low-frequency hum, the same vibration I had felt from the pillar in the quarry. Arthur stopped. He looked down at his feet. He saw the stone. In his world, it was probably covered in moss, but he reached out and brushed it away, revealing the oily black residue. He frowned, his brow furrowing with a professional curiosity that would be his undoing. He reached into his truck and pulled out a roll of orange tape. The 13 shadows behind me began to hum. It was a sound of profound satisfaction. The circle was breathing. "He's found the baseline," Miller whispered, appearing at my shoulder. "Watch, this is the moment of the graft." Arthur began to unspool the tape. As the neon plastic touched the air near the stone, I saw it happen, the bleed. The bright orange didn't just reflect the sunlight, it seemed to drink it. The color became too intense, too vivid, a laceration in the gray-green landscape. Arthur walked backward, unspooling the line. He was heading toward the spot where I stood. He was walking directly into the mouth of the house. I looked back at the Blackwood estate. The orange tape I had laid down was vibrating so violently it was humming a high, piercing note. The house was leaning forward, its gables reaching out like teeth. "If he crosses," I said, "what happens to the Elias who drowned? What happens to the Elias in the field?" "They are the foundation," Miller said, "and you are the spire. He will be the door." Arthur was 10 feet away now. I could see the pores on his skin, the slight tremor in his hand as he held the tape. He was looking at his feet, careful not to trip on the uneven ground. He didn't see the 13 shadows standing just inches away from him, their long arms outstretched, waiting to catch him. "Well, he didn't say me." I felt a sudden, violent surge of the old Elias, the one who had a mother in a different county, the one who liked the smell of rain on hot asphalt. That Elias didn't want a door. That Elias wanted to scream a warning that would shatter the glass. I lunged forward. I didn't try to slide like a shadow. I struck the barrier with the full weight of my stolen bones. The world shrieked. The glass didn't break, but it buckled. Arthur was thrown backward, his clipboard flying from his hand. The orange tape snapped, the ends whipping through the air like angry snakes. The sun in his world flickered and died, replaced for a heartbeat by the bruised purple of mine. He looked up, his eyes wide with a terror so pure it transcended the veil. He saw me. He saw the featureless mask of Miller. He saw the house that wasn't a house. "Run!" I roared. The sound was a landslide. It tore through the foyer of the estate, shattering the mirrors I hadn't looked into. It rippled across the black pool in the quarry, sending waves of ink crashing against the limestone walls. Arthur scrambled to his feet. He didn't look back. He dived into his truck and slammed it into reverse, the tires screaming as they tore up the grass. He fled back toward the world of light, leaving a trail of broken orange tape behind him. The silence that followed was heavy, a physical weight that pressed me into the dirt. The 13 shadows stopped swaying. They turned their heads toward me. They didn't have eyes, but I felt their judgment. I had broken the rhythm. I had interrupted the gathering. Miller stepped forward. His form was flickering, the edges of his shadow fraying into gray mist. "You've delayed it," he said, his voice no longer a chorus, but a thin, raspy whistle. "But you haven't stopped it. The geometry is already set. The center has been acknowledged." I looked down at the ground. Where Arthur's tape had snapped, a piece of it remained on my side of the veil. It wasn't orange anymore. It was the color of a fresh bruise. It was twitching, trying to find the rest of itself. "He'll come back," Miller said, "or someone else will. The county is a map that demands to be filled. You can't leave a hole in the world, Elias. Something will always rush in to fill the vacuum." I looked at my hands. They were translucent again. I could see the yellow grass through my palms. I was losing my mass. By saving the man on the other side, I had forfeited my own anchor. "What now?" I asked. "Now," Miller said, "we wait for the next survey. And you have to decide which side of the tape you want to be on." He turned and walked back toward the house, his form merging with the darkness of the porch. One by one, the 13 shadows followed him, sliding into the shadows of the gables until only I remained in the field. The house began to recede. It didn't move away. It simply became less present, fading into a memory of wood and stone. The orange tape dimmed, the blue radiance dying down to a faint, sickly crawl. I stood in the center of the field, the wind whistling through the gaps in my ribs. I looked toward the road where Arthur had disappeared. I could still see the faint, shimmering line of the world of light. It looked small. It looked like a photograph scene from a great distance. I reached down and picked up the piece of snapped tape. It felt like a piece of cold, dead muscle. I wrapped it around my wrist, tying a knot that bit into my skin. I wasn't a surveyor anymore. I wasn't a landmark. I was the gap. I began to walk, not toward the house and not toward the light. I walked toward the northern edge of the map, toward the places where the red dots hadn't been placed yet. If the circle needed 13 points to close, then I would be the 14th. I would be the measurement that didn't add up, the error in the calculation that kept the world from snapping shut. The field stretched out forever, a sea of yellow grass under a sky that never changed. I saw other shapes in the distance, other gathered things, other shadows that had refused to link arms. We were the anomalies. We were the shadows that gathered not to build a cage, but to find the edge. As I walked, I felt the weight of the county shifting. The quarry, the office, the Blackwood estate, they were all tethered to the center, but the center was a lie. The center was just the place where people stopped looking. I reached the edge of the property line, where the grass gave way to a dense, black forest that wasn't on any map. The trees were tall and thin, their branches interlocking like the fingers of 1,000 drowning men. I stepped into the woods. The air here was different. It didn't smell like damp earth or dust. It smelled like ozone and old paper. The light was even dimmer, a pale, flickering gray that seemed to come from the trees themselves. I looked back one last time. The Blackwood estate was a tiny speck on the horizon, a jagged tooth in the jaw of the field. I saw a flicker of movement on the porch, a shape watching me. I didn't wave, I didn't scream. I just turned and walked deeper into the unmapped territory. As every step I took, the tape around my wrist grew warmer. It wasn't the cold, dead heat of the quarry. It was a pulse, a real, thumping heartbeat. I wasn't alone in the dark. Behind me, the field remained, a vast, hungry machine waiting for its next provider. But ahead of me, there was something else. A place where the shadows didn't gather. A place where they simply were. I followed the pulse. I followed the error. I followed the 13th shadow until it became my own again. The sun didn't rise, but the darkness began to breathe. And in the silence of the unquarried woods, I finally heard the sound of a hammer hitting iron. But this time, it didn't sound like a thud. It rang. The ringing was a pure silver tone that sliced through the stagnant air of the unmapped woods. It was a sound that didn't belong to the heavy, suffocating geometry of the county office or the oily depths of the quarry. It was the sound of something being struck with purpose, but not with the intent to pin or to bind. I moved toward it, my translucent legs cutting through the gray undergrowth like a knife through smoke. The deeper I went, the more the trees began to change. They were no longer the drowning man silhouettes of the field's edge. They were becoming structured, their bark etched with symbols that looked like the surveyor's shorthand I had used my entire life, but twisted into a language of curves and spirals. There were no straight lines here. The orange tape on my wrist began to glow a soft, rhythmic amber, vibrating in sympathy with that distant, melodic chime. I broke through a thicket of thorns that felt like frozen silk and found myself in a clearing that defied every law of the field. In the center of the clearing stood a forge. It wasn't made of stone or brick, but of the same black limestone as the quarry, polished to a mirror finish. The fire within it wasn't orange or red. It was a roaring, brilliant white that cast no shadows. Standing over an anvil of solid shadow was a figure. He was tall, dressed in a tattered surveyor's vest that seemed woven from the very fabric of the gray sky. He held a hammer of glass, and with every strike against the iron rod on the anvil, the world around us shuddered and realigned. He didn't look up as I approached, but the ringing grew louder, a physical pressure in my ears. "You're late, Elias," the smith said. His voice wasn't a chorus. It was a singular, weary baritone. "The bass line has been drifting for an hour. I had to anchor the north myself." I stopped at the edge of the white light. "Who are you? You're not one of them. You're not like Miller." The man stopped hammering. He plunged the glowing iron into a trough of liquid that looked like starlight. A hiss of steam rose, smelling of ozone and rain. He turned, and I saw his face. He was old, his skin a map of 1,000 miles walked, his eyes the color of the horizon just before dawn. He looked human, yet he was as much a part of this place as the grass. "I am the surveyor of the marches," he said, wiping his hands on a rag that looked like a cloud. "Miller and his kind, they are the gatherers. They want to fold the world into a single, neat point. They want to make the map the reality. They love the center because the center is where nothing moves. I prefer the edges. The edges are where the world still grows." He gestured to the iron rod he had been forging. It wasn't a stake. It was a needle, long and thin, etched with the same spiraling symbols as the trees. "You broke the circle at the Blackwood estate," the old man continued, his eyes narrowing. "That was a dangerous thing to do. You've left a hole in the county's logic. The gatherers won't forgive that. They need their 13 points. Without them, the field starts to leak. And when the field likes, the people on the other side start seeing things they aren't meant to see. They start seeing the truth of the geometry. I couldn't let him cross, I said, my voice sounding more solid in the presence of his fire. He was just a man with a clipboard. He didn't know he was being harvested. None of us knew, the surveyor said softly. He stepped toward me, his glass hammer glinting. I was the first, before there was a county office, before there were red dots on a map. I came here to measure the wilderness, and the wilderness measured me back. I've been out here on the perimeter ever since, trying to keep the field from expanding. But it's a losing game, Elias. Every time a new man drives a stake into the ground with greed in his heart, the field grows another acre. He reached out and touched the tape on my wrist. The amber glow flared, and for a moment I felt the weight of my own body return, the heat of blood, the itch of skin, the solid thrum of a heart. It was fleeting, a cruel reminder of what I had lost, but it gave me a clarity I hadn't possessed since I fell into the black water. "You've carried a piece of the bridge with you," the old man whispered. "That tape, it's not just plastic, it's a tether. You saved that man, Arthur, and in doing so you created a paradox. You are a shadow with a living anchor. You are the error in their equation." "What do I do?" I asked, looking back the way I had come. I could feel the gatherers. They were moving through the woods, 13 silhouettes sliding through the gray, guided by the absence I had left behind. They were coming for their 14th point. The surveyor handed me the glass hammer. It was surprisingly heavy, cold as ice and humming with a frantic energy. "The gatherers want to close the circle. They want to pin the world down so they can feast on the stillness. If you want to stop them, you can't just run. You have to change the shape of the land. You have to survey a new path." "I don't have stakes," I said. "You have your bones," he replied grimly, "and you have the truth. The field is only as strong as the belief that the map is real. Go back to the quarry, Elias. The quarry is the heart of their industry. It's where they mine the weight they use to crush the living. If you can break the pillar at the center of the pool, the field will lose its gravity. It won't disappear, but it will stop pulling. It will just be a place." "And what happens to me?" The old man smiled, a sad, knowing expression. "You're already part of the geography, son, but there's a difference between being a prison guard and being the wind. Now go. They're nearly here." I turned as the first of the 13 shadows emerged from the thorns. It was Miller, or the thing that wore his name. His face was a void, but I could feel his hunger. It was a cold, hollow ache that wanted to consume every light in the sky. Behind him, the others moved in that synchronized, swaying dance, their long arms reaching out to form the perimeter. "Elias," the chorus whispered, the sound vibrating the very leaves on the trees. "The center is waiting. The measurement must be completed. Give back the weight. Give back the bone." I didn't back away this time. I gripped the glass hammer, the amber tape on my wrist pulsing like a beacon. I felt the strength of the surveyor behind me, a steady, ancient presence that anchored me better than any iron stake ever could. "The map is wrong," I said, and the words felt like iron in my mouth. I swung the glass hammer. I didn't hit the shadows. I hit the ground. The impact didn't make a sound. Instead, a wave of white light erupted from the point of contact, tearing through the gray grass and the bruised sky. The ground beneath the shadows buckled, not like earth, but like paper being folded by an invisible hand. The symbols on the trees flared to life, casting long, golden spears of light that pierced the forms of the gatherers. They shrieked, a sound of tearing metal and dying winds. They began to blur, their rigid geometry collapsing into chaos. Miller reached out, his hand trembling as it touched the white light. For a second, his featureless face flickered, and I saw a glimpse of the man he had once been, a tired clerk from 1954, lost in a storm of his own making. "The center," he gasped, his voice singular for the briefest moment. "It's so cold, Elias." And then he was gone, swept back toward the house by the sheer force of the realignment. The other shadows followed, pulled by the vacuum of their own failed logic. The clearing fell silent. The white fire in the forge dimmed to a soft glow. I looked at the surveyor, but he was already fading, becoming a part of the silver mist. "Go to the quarry," his voice echoed in the wind. "Finish the survey." I ran. I didn't need a truck. The distance in the field was a matter of will, not miles. I moved through the shifting landscape, past the Blackwood estate, which was now groaning as its foundations shifted, past the orange lines that were snapping like dry twigs. The world was in upheaval. The permanent purple of the sky was being streaked with veins of gold and charcoal. I reached the edge of the quarry. It looked different now. The black water in the pit was churning, white foam lashing against the limestone walls. The central pillar, that jagged finger of shadow, was vibrating so intensely that the air around it was distorted, a blur of static and noise. I saw them at the bottom of the pit. The gatherers had retreated here, their forms huddled around the base of the pillar. They were trying to hold it together, their long arms wrapped around the stone, their voices raised in a desperate, discordant chant. They were trying to anchor the world back to its dark heart. I didn't hesitate, I leaped. I didn't fall, I descended like a stone dropped into a well. The air hissed past me, smelling of ancient dust and the ink of a million contracts. I landed at the base of the pillar, the impact cracking the stone beneath my feet. The shadows turned. They were no longer tall and imposing. They were ragged, desperate things, their edges bleeding into the black water. "Elias," the chorus screamed, "you will destroy us all. Without the center, there is only the void. There is no map, there is no home." "Then let there be nothing," I said. I raised the glass hammer high above my head. The amber tape on my wrist was burning now, a searing heat that should have consumed my phantom flesh. I felt the connection to Arthur, the connection to the world of sun and clocks. I wasn't just a shadow anymore. I was a bridge. I brought this hammer down on the pillars. The world exploded into sound. It wasn't a bang. It was the sound of every clock in the world stopping at once. The glass hammer shattered into a million diamonds, and the pillar of shadow didn't just break, it dissolved. It turned into a pillar of white, blinding light that shot upward, punching a hole through the bruised sky, tearing through the folds of the field. The gatherers were incinerated instantly, their forms turning to ash and blowing away on a wind that finally felt clean. The black water in the pool turned clear, then vanished, revealing the white sand of a pre-human sea. I felt the field tearing apart around me. The Blackwood estate, the county office, the endless yellow grass, they were all being pulled into the hole in the sky. The geometry was failing. The map was being burned. I looked up and saw the world on the other side. I saw Arthur. He was standing by his truck, his face pale, looking at a spot in the air where the reality was rippling. He looked like he was seeing a ghost or a miracle. And then I saw the center. It wasn't a point on a map. It wasn't a stake in the ground. It was a man standing in the middle of a clearing, holding a roll of orange tape. I felt the pull of the light. It was warm. It was calling me back. It was offering me the weight of my bones, the smell of the rain, the ticking of the clock. I could step through. I could be Elias again. But I looked at the tape on my wrist. It was still tied in a knot. If I went back, the hole would close. The field would be gone, but the hunger would remain. Someone else would find the stone. Someone else would drive the stake. The cycle would start again, because the world of light always tries to claim the dark. I looked at the clearing where the surveyor had stood. I saw the forge, still glowing faintly in the distance of the shifting reality. The world needed a bridge, but it also needed a gatekeeper. It needed someone who knew the truth of the geometry, someone who could stand on the edge and say, "No further." The light intensified, a golden hand reaching out to pull me home. Arthur took a step forward, his hand outstretched toward the ripple in the air. "Lias," he whispered, his voice carrying across the dimensions. I smiled, though I had no mouth. I reached out, and instead of taking his hand, I grabbed the end of the orange tape that was trailing from his truck. I pulled. Not to bring him in, but to set him free. I snapped the connection between his world and mine. I severed the tether. The golden light vanished. The sky over the quarry turned into a deep, peaceful indigo, filled with stars that weren't on any chart. The field didn't disappear, but it changed. The yellow grass turned soft and green. The silence was no longer heavy, it was quiet. I stood at the bottom of the clear pit. My hands were solid, but they were made of starlight and shadow, a perfect balance of the two worlds. I wasn't a man, and I wasn't a ghost. I was the surveyor of the new map. I looked up at the stars. Somewhere, far away, a man named Arthur was sitting in his truck, shaking his head, wondering if he'd just had a heat stroke. He would go home. He would forget. But I would remember. I picked up a piece of the shattered glass hammer. It was a small, sharp shard that glowed with a faint, internal fire. I walked out of the quarry, my feet making a soft, rhythmic sound on the new earth. The Blackwood estate was gone, replaced by a grove of trees that smelled of cedar and old books. The 13 shadows were gone, replaced by the rustle of the wind. I reached the edge of what used to be the county line. I took the shard of glass, and I drew a line in the air. The line didn't mark a boundary. It didn't claim the land. It simply acknowledged that here, the known world ended and something else began. I sat down on the grass and waited. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't afraid. I was simply part of the evening. And somewhere in the world of sun and clocks, people would look at their maps and see a blank space. They would call it a wilderness. They would call it a mystery. And I would be here to make sure it stayed that way. The stillness that followed the collapse was not the dead, pressurized silence of the old field. It was a living quiet, the kind that exists in the moments before a storm or the seconds after a long-held breath is finally released. I sat on the edge of the quarry for what felt like hours, watching the sky. The indigo deepened into a violet so rich it felt like a physical weight, and for the first time, the stars didn't look like holes poked in a shroud. They looked like distant fires, ancient and indifferent. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer the translucent, flickering things of the transition. They were opaque, shimmering with a dull, pearlescent luster. When I pressed my fingers together, there was resistance. I felt the texture of my own skin, though it felt less like flesh and more like polished wood or weathered stone. I was a new kind of matter, forged in the heat of a broken paradox. The orange tape around my wrist had lost its glow. It was just a piece of plastic now, frayed and faded, a relic of a man who had walked into a hole in the world and never come out. I didn't take it off. It was the only thing I had left that possessed a history. I stood up and began to walk. The landscape was still settling, the geography sighing as it found its new equilibrium. I passed the place where the Blackwood estate had been. There was no jagged tooth on the horizon anymore. Instead, there was a gentle rise covered in wild, silver-leafed bushes that rattled softly in the breeze. The house hadn't just been destroyed, it had been unhappened. The trauma of its construction, the greed of the men who had pinned it to the earth, had been washed away by the white light of the hammer's strike. As I walked, I noticed that the unmapped territory was no longer a place of dread. The trees with their spiral bark seemed to watch me pass with a quiet, rooted curiosity. I realized then that the surveyor of the marches had been right. The field was only a machine when men tried to drive it. Left to its own devices, it was simply a garden of a different order. I reached the site of the forge. The white fire was gone, but the anvil of solid shadow remained, sitting in the center of the clearing like a silent monument. The old man was nowhere to be seen, but his presence lingered in the air, a scent of ozone and old parchment. On the anvil lay a single object, a new roll of surveyor's twine, but the string wasn't made of nylon or cotton. It was a thread of pure, spun light. I picked it up. It felt warm in my hand, vibrating with a low-frequency hum. I understood my task then. The old surveyor hadn't just retired. He had passed the instrument of office. The field was no longer a hungry machine, but it was still a borderland. It was the space between the real and the possible, and it needed a steward to ensure that the two didn't bleed into one another in ways that would destroy them both. I spent the first few days, if time could even be measured, in a place where the sun never truly rose, exploring the new boundaries. I found the places where the old county maps had tried to force a straight line through a curve of the soul. In those spots, the ground was still scarred, the grass growing in stunted yellow patches. I used the thread of light to stitch these wounds, walking in slow, meditative circles until the earth felt whole again. It was lonely work, but it wasn't the crushing solitude I had felt in the quarry. I felt connected to the land in a way I never had when I was carrying a clipboard and a GPS unit. Back then, the land was something to be conquered, subdivided, and sold. Now, the land was a conversation. One evening, while I was working near the edge of the mist that separated this place from the world of clocks, I heard a sound. It was faint, the rhythmic crunch of tires on gravel. I froze. The sound was coming from the other side, the world I had left behind. I moved toward the veil, my starlight and shadow body blending perfectly into the silver mist. As I approached the boundary, the world of the living became visible, though it looked washed out and frantic, like a film played at double speed. I saw a road, a real paved road with yellow lines and potholes, and there, parked on the shoulder, was a white truck. It wasn't Arthur's truck. This one was newer, with the logo of a private development firm plastered on the door. A man stepped out. He was young, wearing a crisp new vest and a hard hat that had never seen a speck of dirt. He held a high-end laser level and a bundle of wooden stakes tipped with bright red paint. My heart, or the thing that beat in its place, tightened. The man looked out over the field. From his perspective, it probably looked like a prime piece of real estate, a flat expanse of nothingness just waiting to be turned into a shopping mall or a housing tract. He didn't see the silver bushes or the spiral trees. He saw undeveloped acreage. He set up his tripod with the practiced, arrogant ease of someone who believes the world is a grid. He peered through the lens, adjusting the focus, preparing to drive the first stake. I stepped closer to the veil, the shard of glass from the hammer clutched in my hand. I could feel the hunger of the world of light. It wasn't the same hunger as the gatherers, but it was just as dangerous. It was the hunger for order, for definition, for the death of mystery. If he drove that stake, he would be starting the cycle all over again. He would be inviting the shadows to gather. I didn't want to hurt him. He was just a man doing a job, just like I had been. But I couldn't let the stake go into the ground. I reached through the mist. It felt like sticking my hand into a stream of cold, fast-moving water. The air on the other side was thick with the smell of exhaust and heated asphalt. I didn't step through. I couldn't, but I allowed a sliver of my presence to manifest. The young surveyor suddenly stopped. He shivered, rubbing his arms. He looked around, his eyes wide and uncertain. He couldn't see me, but he could feel the sudden drop in temperature, the way the air seemed to thicken and grow heavy with the weight of unseen centuries. "Hello," he called out. His voice was thin and reedy in the face of the vast quiet I had brought with me. I didn't answer. Instead, I reached out and touched the leg of his tripod. I didn't knock it over. I simply nudged the calibration, just enough to make the laser level lie. The man frowned, looking at his readout. He adjusted the dials, but the numbers wouldn't settle. They jumped and flickered, dancing between impossible coordinates. He tapped the screen, his frustration growing. He tried to move the tripod to a different spot, but every time he set it down, the ground seemed to shift beneath it, a subtle, undulating movement that defied the laws of physics. He stayed there for an hour, growing more and more agitated. He looked at the field, and for the first time I saw a flicker of doubt in his eyes. The nothingness was starting to bother him. It was too quiet, too still. The sun was beginning to set in his world, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to reach for his boots. Finally, he threw his clipboard into the truck. "Forget this," he muttered, his voice shaking. "The equipment's shot. This place is jinxed anyway." He packed up his gear with trembling hands, his movements hurried and clumsy. He didn't look back as he drove away, the tires of his truck kicking up a cloud of dust that hung in the air long after he was gone. I pulled my hand back through the veil. The cold rush of the world of clocks faded, replaced by the gentle, humming warmth of the field. I felt a surge of grim satisfaction. I had held the line. But as I turned away from the road, I saw a figure standing near the spiral trees. It was the surveyor of the marches. He looked more faded than before, his form almost entirely composed of the silver mist. He was smiling, a tired but proud expression. "You're learning, Elias," he said, his voice a mere whisper in the wind. "The best survey is the one that can't be finished. The best map is the one with the here be dragons still written on the edges." "How many more will come?" I asked. "As many as there are men with dreams of straight lines," the old man replied. "But you have the thread, you have the hammer, and you have the memory of what it's like to be the stake." He began to walk away, his feet leaving no tracks in the silver grass. "Where are you going?" I called out. "Deeper," he said. "There are other fields, Elias, other places where the shadows have gathered for too long. My work here is done. Yours is just beginning." He vanished into the violet light of the horizon, leaving me alone in the center of my new domain. I looked at the roll of light in my hand. I looked at the orange tape on my wrist. I wasn't the man I had been, and I wasn't the monster I could have become. I was something in between, a guardian of the gray, a steward of the unmapped. I walked back toward the quarry, the place that had once been my grave and was now my forge. I had work to do. There were holes to stitch, boundaries to blur, and a world to keep beautifully, terrifyingly uncertain. As I reached the edge of the pit, I looked up one last time at the world of clocks. The stars there were just beginning to come out, tiny pinpricks of light in a darkening sky. I knew that somewhere, Arthur was probably sitting on his porch, looking out at the horizon, wondering about the man he'd lost and the ghost he'd found. I raised my hand in a silent farewell. I didn't wave and I didn't scream. I just turned and walked into the heart of the mystery, following the 13th shadow until it was no longer a shadow at all, but the very light I used to see the way. The field breathed, the stars hummed, and for the first time in an eternity, the geometry of the world felt exactly right. The stillness was not a lack of movement, but a perfection of it. In the weeks that followed, though weeks was a word that felt increasingly like a suit of clothes 3 sizes too small, I began to understand the true anatomy of the field. It was not a flat expanse of land. It was a folded lung, and every time the world of the sun took a breath, the field expanded to catch the exhale. My job was to ensure the lung didn't tear. I spent a great deal of time at the seams. These were the places where the 2 worlds rubbed against each other like tectonic plates. Sometimes they manifested as a line of trees that all leaned at the same impossible angle, or a creek where the water flowed uphill in a silent, silver ribbon. At one of these seams, near a cluster of boulders that hummed with the frequency of a hive of bees, I found a remnant of the old regime. It was a surveyor's prism, cracked and half buried in the white sand. It had belonged to one of the others, perhaps one of the 13 who had been incinerated when I broke the pillar. I picked it up, and for a moment the world flickered. I saw the field as it used to be, a gray, starving expanse of jagged edges and predatory geometry. I saw the faces of the men who had been trapped here before me, their eyes hollowed out by the constant, agonizing effort of trying to map the unmappable. I didn't throw the prism away. I took it back to the forge. The forge was my anchor. The anvil of shadow remained cold to the touch, yet it radiated a kind of conceptual heat. When I placed the cracked prism on the anvil and touched it with the shard of the glass hammer, the 2 objects didn't collide, they merged. The glass of the prism bled into the glass of the shard, and the light within intensified, turning from a flicker to a steady, pulsing glow. I was beginning to understand that I wasn't just a guard, I was a craftsman. The old surveyor had left me the tools, but he hadn't left me a manual. I had to learn the language of this place by speaking it. One evening, as the violet sky turned a shade of deep, bruised plum, I felt a tremor in the earth. It wasn't a physical earthquake, but a rhythmic thumping, like a giant heart beating beneath the grass. I followed the sound to the northern edge of my territory, a place where the silver bushes gave way to a forest of tall, thin stalks that looked like petrified lightning. There I found a breach. It wasn't a man with a tripod this time. It was something much older and more mindless. A sinkhole had opened in the world of clocks, a real-world geological event, perhaps a collapsed limestone cavern or a burst water main in some distant city. But because the geometry of the field was still tender, the sinkhole had manifested here as a swirling vortex of black ink and jagged stone. It was a vacuum, sucking the new life of the field into a dark, pressurized nothingness. I could see the other side through the swirling chaos. I saw a suburban street, the asphalt crumbling into a dark maw. I saw a street lamp flickering, its light being swallowed by the void. I saw a child's bicycle lying on the edge of the abyss, its wheels spinning uselessly in the wind. The hunger was back, not the hunger of the gatherers, but the hunger of the void itself, the entropy that waits at the edge of every map. I reached for the roll of light thread at my belt, but I knew instinctively that stitching wouldn't be enough. This wasn't a tear, it was a mouth. If I didn't close it, the field would be hollowed out from the inside, and the world of the sun would lose its buffer. The two realities would collide, and in that collision, only the void would remain. I stepped toward the vortex. The wind was fierce, smelling of wet pavement and ozone. It tugged at my starlight and shadow body, trying to pull the very atoms of my being apart. I felt the orange tape on my wrist snap and fly away, lost to the dark. For a second, a flash of pure human terror spiked through me. Without the tape, without the memory of Arthur, what was I? I was the surveyor. I took the merged shard, the piece of the hammer and the prism, and I held it aloft. The light it emitted was blinding, a needle of pure white that pierced through the black ink of the vortex. I didn't strike at the hole. I didn't try to break it. Instead, I began to chant. I didn't have words, not in any language I had ever spoken. The sounds that came from my throat were the sounds of the field, the rustle of the silver bushes, the hum of the bees in the boulders, the rhythmic sighing of the grass. I was singing the map. I was describing the world as it was, in all its beautiful, unmeasured complexity. As I sang, I walked around the perimeter of the vortex. With every step, I let out a length of the light thread, but I didn't just lay it on the ground. I wove it into the air, creating a shimmering lattice that mirrored the stars above. I was building a cage, not to trap the void, but to give it a shape. The vortex fought back. It lashed out with whips of shadow, tearing at my chest, leaving cold, numb gashes in my pearlescent skin. I stumbled, the weight of the void pressing down on my shoulders like a mountain of lead. I saw the child's bicycle on the other side slip further into the hole. "No," I whispered, the sound vibrating through the very foundations of the field. I plunged the shard into the center of the lattice. The explosion was silent. A wave of golden white energy rippled outward, hitting the black ink and turning it into steam. The jagged stones of the vortex smoothed over, melting into the white sand of the field. The sinkhole didn't vanish, it transformed. It became a well, a deep, circular pool of clear, still water that reflected the violet sky. On the other side, in the world of clocks, the street stabilized. The asphalt stopped crumbling. The bicycle remained on the edge, safe. The street lamp stopped flickering and shone with a steady yellow light. I sank to my knees by the edge of the new well. My body felt thin, my luminosity dimmed. The gashes in my chest were slowly knitting back together, but they left silver scars that looked like topographical lines. I looked into the water of the well. It was a bridge of a different kind, a place of reflection rather than transition. I realized then that my role wasn't just to keep people out. It was to manage the links. The world of light and the world of shadow were always going to bleed into each other. It was the nature of reality to be porous. My task was to make sure the bleeding didn't become a hemorrhage. I stayed by the well for a long time, watching the ripples. Eventually, I saw a reflection that wasn't mine. It was Arthur. He was older. His hair was gray at the temples, and his face was lined with the quiet exhaustion of a man who had lived a full, ordinary life. He was standing in a graveyard, placing a small bunch of wildflowers on a modest stone. I couldn't read the name on the stone, but I didn't need to. He looked up, his eyes catching a glint of light in the air. For a moment, our gazes met across the impossible distance. He didn't see me, not really, but he felt a warmth, a sudden shift in the breeze that smelled of cedar and old books. He smiled, a small, sad, and peaceful movement of his lips. He touched the brim of his hat in a silent gesture of respect, then turned and walked away. I felt a final, lingering tether snap. The orange tape was gone, and now the grief was gone too. What remained was a profound sense of purpose. I stood up and looked out over the field. It was vast, stretching into infinities I had yet to explore. There were other seams to check, other wounds to heal, other mysteries to guard. I could feel the presence of the old surveyor, somewhere deep in the silver woods, nodding his approval. I began to walk again. My feet made no sound on the white sand, but the land knew I was there. The spiral trees bowed their heads as I passed, and the wind carried my song to the furthest edges of the unmapped territory. I reached a high ridge that overlooked the entire valley. From here, I could see the shimmering veil that separated my world from the other. It looked like a soap bubble, fragile and iridescent, trembling in the light of a billion stars. Beyond it, the world of clocks continued its frantic, measured dance. People woke up, went to work, fell in love, and died, all within the neat little boxes they had drawn for themselves. They were safe because of the blank spaces on their maps. They were whole because of the silence I maintained. I took the shard of the hammer and the roll of light thread, and I set them down on a flat stone. I didn't need to hold them anymore. They were a part of me now. I sat down and closed my eyes, listening to the heartbeat of the earth. I was Elias once. I was a man who measured the world in feet and inches. I was a man who feared the dark. Now I am the map itself. I am the shadow that protects the light, and the light that defines the shadow. I am the surveyor of the field where shadows gathered, and as long as I stand watch, the void will have no name, and the mystery will have no end. The night deepened, but I was not afraid. In the field, the darkness was just another color, and the silence was just another song. I waited for the first light of the stars to hit the white sand, ready to begin the long, beautiful, and eternal work of marking the boundaries of the unknown. The stillness of the new well lasted only as long as it took for the field to digest the change. In this place, stability was not a static state, but a managed vibration, a constant recalibration of forces that didn't want to coexist. I stood at the ridge, watching the silver grass ripple in a wind that didn't exist in the world of clocks. The scars on my chest, those topographical lines of silver, pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light that matched the thrumming of the spiral trees. I realized then that I was hungry, not for food. The very idea of chewing and swallowing felt like a memory from a dream of being an animal, but for resonance. I needed to touch the boundaries. I needed to feel the resistance of the veil to know I was still holding it. I descended the ridge, my movements fluid and elongated. The laws of inertia had less hold on me now. I moved more like a thought than a body. I headed toward the southern reach, a part of the field I had avoided because the air there felt thin and sour, like milk left out in the sun. This was the direction of the old quarry, the site of my transformation, but further still lay the fringe. The fringe was where the field didn't just meet the world of clocks, but where it tried to imitate it. As I walked, the silver bushes began to take on the shapes of picket fences, but fences made of woven smoke and calcified bone. The spiral trees straightened out, their bark turning a dull, flat gray that mimicked the look of telephone poles, though they bore no wires. It was a graveyard of intentions, a place where the human desire for order had leaked through the veil and died, leaving behind these hollow, architectural ghosts. In the center of this mimicry, I found a house. It wasn't a real house. It had no interior, no depth. It was a facade of a two-story colonial, rendered in the pale violet light of the field's sky. It stood alone in a patch of dirt that looked like scorched velvet. There were no windows, only indentations where windows should be, and the door was a solid slab of shadow. I approached it warily. My shard, the prism hammer, glowed a cautionary amber. This house shouldn't have been here. It was too specific, too heavy with a particular kind of grief. As I stepped onto the porch, the boards didn't creak, they sighed. It was a sound of profound exhaustion. I reached out and touched the door. Memory hit me like a physical blow. Not my memory. I had surrendered those to the forge, but a collective memory. I saw a woman standing in a kitchen, staring at a crack in the wall. I saw a man in a basement, obsessively measuring the distance between the floor joists, convinced the house was shrinking. I saw the terror of the mundane, the way a home can become a trap when the geometry of the soul begins to warp. This house was a gathering. It wasn't made of shadows like the creatures I had fought, but of the weight of human obsession with the known. It was a monument to the fear of the very mystery I now guarded. "You shouldn't be here," a voice said. I spun around, the shard flaring white. A girl was sitting on the edge of the porch. She looked about 10 years old, dressed in a sundress that seemed to be woven from the morning mist of the world of clocks. Her eyes were not like mine. They weren't glowing or hollow. They were a deep, piercing blue, the color of the sky just before a storm. "I am the surveyor," I said, my voice echoing with the resonance of the field. "You're the new one," she corrected, swinging her legs. Her feet didn't touch the ground. They passed through the porch boards as if the wood were nothing more than a trick of the light. The one who broke the pillar. The one who thinks he's a king because he has a shiny piece of glass. "I am a steward," I said, lowering the shard. "Who are you?" "I'm the thing that stays," she said. "I'm the part of the map they forgot to draw. You can call me Sarah if you need a name. Most people just call for their mothers when they see me, but I don't think you have one of those anymore." She hopped off the porch, landing silently on the scorched velvet dirt. She walked around me, inspecting me with a clinical, unnerving curiosity. "You've got the thread," she noted, pointing to the roll at my belt. "But you're using it to close things, to stitch and hide. That's what the old man did. He was boring. He thought the field was a secret to be kept. He didn't understand that the field is a conversation." "The field is a buffer," I argued. "If the shadows gather too thick, they spill over. If the light becomes too rigid, it burns the field away. I maintain the balance." Sarah laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Balance is just another word for standing still. Look at this house, Elias. Do you know why it's here? It's here because someone in your world wanted to live in a perfect square. They wanted 90-degree angles and level floors. They wanted to be so safe that they forgot how to breathe. So the field took their breath. It took their perfect and brought it here to show them how ugly it really is." She kicked at the dirt, and a puff of violet dust rose up, forming the shape of a screaming face before dissipating. "There's a leak in this house," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "A big one, bigger than your little well. If you don't fix it, the colonial won't just stay a ghost. It'll start to grow. It'll start to build a neighborhood, and then where will your silver bushes be?" I looked at the house. Now that she had pointed it out, I could see the instability. The facade was vibrating, the edges of the roofline blurring into the violet sky. At the base of the foundation, a dark, viscous liquid was seeping out, not water, but concentrated definition. It was the essence of the world of clocks, trying to impose its rigid reality on the fluid ground of the field. It was an infection. I stepped toward the house, drawing the light thread. "I'll stitch it," I said. "You can't stitch a fever," Sarah said, watching me with a tilted head. "You have to break the bone to set it right." I ignored her. I began to walk the perimeter of the house, laying down the thread of light. I moved with the practiced rhythm of a surveyor, marking the boundaries, trying to contain the spread of the rigid reality. But as the thread touched the dark liquid seeping from the foundation, it didn't glow. It turned gray. It became brittle, snapping like dry straw. The house groaned. The facade began to tilt forward, looming over me. The indentations where the windows should be started to pulse with a sickly yellow light, the light of a dying sun, the light of a world that had run out of questions. "It's too heavy," I shouted, the resonance of my voice cracking. The weight of the colonial was immense. It wasn't just wood and plaster. It was the weight of every mortgage, every property line dispute, every keep-out sign ever hammered into a tree. It was the crushing gravity of ownership. I felt my knees buckle, the shard in my hand dimmed, its amber glow smothered by the encroaching grayness. The field around me began to change. The silver grass turned into parched yellow lawn turf. The violet sky paled into a dusty, smog-choked blue. I was being pulled back, not into the world of clocks as a man, but into the world of clocks as an object. I was being defined. I was being measured. Sarah's voice sounded far away, as if she were shouting from the bottom of a canyon. "Stop measuring it. You're making it real." I realized my mistake. By trying to survey the house, by trying to give it boundaries and a definition so I could contain it, I was feeding it. I was using the tools of order to fight an entity of pure, stagnant order. I was trying to fight a fire with gasoline. I let go of the thread. I dropped the shard. I stood up, my body shaking with the effort of resisting the definition. I looked at the house, not as a surveyor, but as a ghost. I stopped seeing the lines, the angles, the colonial architecture. I forced myself to see the truth of it, a collection of fears, a knot of anxiety, a hollow scream for certainty. I reached out with my bare hands. I didn't touch the wood. I touched the feeling of the house. It was cold, so cold it burned. I felt the agonizing loneliness of the people who had dreamed this place into being. I felt their desperate need for walls to keep the world out, and the slow realization that the walls were only keeping them in. I didn't try to stitch it. I didn't try to cage it. I opened myself to it. I allowed the gray, heavy gravity of the house to flow through me. It was like being filled with liquid lead. My silver scars flared, then went dark. My luminosity flickered and died. For a moment, I was just a man again, a man named Elias who was tired and lost and afraid of the dark. But I didn't stop there. I pushed further. I took that fear and I gave it back to the field. I became a conduit. I took the rigid, stagnant energy of the colonial and I channeled it into the humming, vibrant earth beneath my feet. The ground erupted. Huge silver roots, thicker than the spiral trees, burst from the scorched velvet dirt. They wrapped around the house, not to crush it, but to reclaim it. They pierced through the facade, shattering the perfect angles, breaking the level floors. The silver grass surged upward, swallowing the parched lawn. The violet sky reclaimed the smog. The house didn't disappear, it transformed. The roots pulled the facade apart, twisting the boards and the shadows into a new shape. It became a cathedral of thorns, a towering, open-air structure of silver wood and woven light. It had no walls, no doors, no keep-out signs. It was a monument to the wild, beautiful uncertainty of the field. The dark liquid, the concentrated definition, was absorbed by the roots, turned into the humming sap that fueled the field's growth. I fell back, gasping, my luminosity slowly returning. My silver scars were now etched with gold, a new layer of mapwork written on my skin. Sarah was standing by the new structure, her hand resting on a silver thorn. She looked impressed, though she tried to hide it. "Not bad, surveyor," she said. "You didn't just hide the leak, you turned it into a fountain." "It was heavy," I managed to say, my voice still shaky. Order is always heavy, she said. That's why the world of clocks is so slow. They're all carrying houses on their backs. You, though, you're starting to look like you might actually belong here. She turned and began to walk toward the Cathedral of Thorns. Don't get too comfortable, Elias. The colonial was just a scout. There are bigger things than houses out there. There are cities of shadow that have been waiting for someone like you to come along, someone who knows how to open the door. Where are you going? I asked. Into the garden, she said, gesturing to the Thorn Cathedral. It's much nicer now that it can breathe. You should go back to your forge. You're going to need a bigger hammer. And she disappeared into the silver shadows of the thorns. I stood alone in the fringe. The air was no longer sour. It smelled of ozone and wild lilies. The transition between the worlds felt smoother here now, less like a scar and more like a scene. I looked at my hands. They were no longer just the hands of a man who held a shard. They were the hands of a man who could feel the pulse of the earth. I had learned a vital lesson. The field didn't need to be protected from the world of clocks. It needed to be allowed to consume it. My job wasn't to be a wall. It was to be a digestive system. I turned back toward the center of my domain. As I walked, I felt a new sensation, a pull from the far north, beyond the well, beyond the petrified lightning. It was a cold, sharp feeling, like a needle pressing against my mind. Something was calling, not a person, not a ghost, but a place that had been mapped once, a long time ago, and had been screaming to be forgotten ever since. I checked the roll of light thread at my belt. There was still plenty left. I picked up the shard, which now glowed with a steady, fierce violet light. I wasn't the man I was, and I wasn't the monster I could have been. I was the surveyor of the marches, and the marches were growing. I headed north, my silver feet leaving tracks of light in the grass that would take 100 years to fade. The field breathed with me, a vast, rhythmic sigh of relief. The shadows were still gathering, but for the first time, I wasn't afraid of what they were hiding. I was excited to see what they would become. The 13 shadows were gone, but the 14th, the one that was me, was just beginning to stretch. And in the field where shadows gathered, the dawn was always just a heartbeat away, even if the sun never rose. The pull from the north was not a sound, but a drop in pressure that made the silver ink of my scars ache. It felt like the sensation of a limb falling asleep, a prickling urgency that demanded movement to restore the flow of reality. I left the fringe behind, the Cathedral of Thorns shimmering in my wake like a skeletal promise. As I moved, the landscape of the field began to shed its familiarity. The spiral trees grew taller and more sparse, their trunks turning from silver to a translucent, obsidian black. The white sand beneath my feet transitioned into a fine gray ash that didn't just muffle my footsteps, but seemed to swallow the very concept of impact. I was entering the silent reach. This was the territory the old surveyor's notes had described in frantic, illegible scribbles near the end of his journals. He had called it the unconformity, a geological term for a break in the sedimentary record, a place where time had skipped a beat and never found its rhythm again. Here, the veil wasn't a soap bubble. It was a wall of frozen smoke. The cold intensified. It wasn't the cold of winter, but the cold of a vacuum, the absence of heat, of light, and of intention. My shard pulsed a deep, warning violet, casting long, frantic shadows against the obsidian trees. I felt the weight of the hammerhead in my hand, its edges sharper now, refined by the encounter with the colonial house. I was no longer just marking boundaries, I was carving them. I reached the edge of a great depression in the earth, a crater so vast its opposite rim was lost in the perpetual twilight of the field. At the center of this crater sat a structure that defied the fluid logic of this realm. It was a tower, or perhaps a needle, made of a material that looked like polished bone and rusted iron. It didn't belong to the world of clocks, and it certainly didn't belong to the field. It felt like an intrusion from a third place, a world of pure, cold mathematics where mercy was a rounding error. The needle of the first map, I whispered, the words freezing into mist as they left my lips. As I descended into the crater, the air grew heavy with the smell of old paper and ozone. The ash swirled around my ankles, forming patterns that looked like ancient, forgotten alphabets. I realized then that I wasn't walking on ash. I was walking on the remains of every map ever drawn that had failed to capture the truth. The discarded geographies of 1,000 years lay here, ground down into dust by the sheer weight of the needle's presence. I stopped 10 yards from the base of the tower. There was no door, but there was a seam, a hairline fracture that ran from the base to the tip, leaking a light so white it made my eyes bleed silver. "You're late," a voice echoed. It didn't come from the tower, but from the ground beneath me. I looked down. A figure was submerged in the ash up to its chest. It was a man, or what remained of one. His skin was the color of parchment, stretched thin over a frame that looked like it was made of wire. His eyes were gone, replaced by two perfectly circular holes that hummed with a low, mechanical vibration. He was holding a compass made of human teeth. "I am the surveyor," I said, my voice resonating with the gold and silver of my scars. The man laughed, a dry, rattling sound like dead leaves. "The surveyor. Which one? The one who measures the grass, the one who stitches the leaks, or the one who finally realizes that the map is eating the territory?" "I am Elias," I said, stepping closer. "I am here to mark the boundary." "There is no boundary here, Elias," the man said, his sightless sockets turning toward the needle. "This is the source. This is where the first line was drawn. This is where the known began its war against the unknown, and the known is losing." He held up his tooth compass. The needle didn't point north. It spun frantically, a blur of ivory. "The needle is tilting. Can't you feel it? The world of clocks is getting heavier. They're building their cities of concrete and their networks of light, and they're pressing down on the field. They think they're expanding their world, but they're just thinning the floor. Eventually, they'll fall through, all of them." I looked up at the tower. I could see it now, the slight, agonizing lean of the structure. It wasn't just a tower. It was a pillar holding up the sky of the world of clocks. If it fell, the two worlds wouldn't just merge. They would collide and shatter. "How do I fix it?" I asked, the shard in my hand glowing with a desperate intensity. "You don't fix a pillar of bone with a thread of light," the man said. "You have to give it what it wants. It wants weight. It wants a witness. It wants a name." He reached out a withered hand, his fingers trembling. The old surveyor, he tried to feed it his memories. That's why he went mad. He gave it his childhood, his first love, the smell of rain on hot asphalt. He turned himself into a blank page so the needle could stay upright, but he ran out of pages. I looked at the silver and gold on my skin. I had already surrendered so much. I had given up my grief, my fear of the dark, my very humanity. What was left to give? "I am the map," I said, the realization dawning on me like a cold sun. "Then lie down," the man whispered. "Become the foundation." I approached the needle. The white light leaking from the seam was blinding now, a roar of pure information that threatened to dissolve my mind. I saw the world of clocks through the crack, not as a place of people and buildings, but as a frantic, flickering grid of data, 1,000,000,000,000 points of light trying to prove they existed. It was beautiful, and it was terrifyingly fragile. I pressed my hands against the bone-cold surface of the tower. The needle didn't just take my energy, it took my perspective. Suddenly, I wasn't standing in a crater in the field. I was everywhere. I was the crack in a sidewalk in London. I was the shadow under a bed in a nursery in Ohio. I was the silence between two heartbeats in a hospital in Tokyo. I was the boundary, the thin, vibrating line that kept the is from the is not. It was too much. The sheer scale of the maintenance required to keep the world of clocks from dissolving into the field was a burden no single soul could bear. I felt my luminosity begin to fray. The gold in my scars started to tarnish, turning to a dull, leaden gray. Yes. The voice was sharp, a needle of sound that pierced through the roar of the information. I turned my head, my vision blurred by the white light. Sarah was standing at the rim of the crater. She looked tiny against the obsidian sky, her sundress a splash of impossible color in the gray ash. "Don't listen to the bone man," she shouted, her voice carrying over the hum of the needle. "He's a ghost of a dead logic. He thinks the map has to be static. He thinks the pillar has to be rigid." "It's falling," I cried out, my hands sinking into the surface of the tower as if it were made of wet clay. "I have to hold it." "You can't hold the sky, you idiot," Sarah screamed, running down the slope of ash. "You have to let it move. The needle isn't a pillar, it's a hinge." She reached the base of the tower and grabbed my arm. Her touch was like ice and fire, a jolt of pure, unrefined reality that snapped me back into my body. "Look at the seam," she commanded, pointing to the white-hot crack. "It's not leaking, it's breathing. The world of clocks needs the field. It needs the mystery. It's dying because it's too closed, not because it's too open. If you seal this, you kill them both." I looked at the man in the ash. He was screaming now, a silent, vibrating roar. His tooth compass had shattered, the ivory shards embedded in his parchment skin. He represented the old way, the way of the wall, the way of the secret. He was the protector who had become a jailer. "What do I do?" I asked, my fingers deep in the bone matter of the tower. "Don't give it your weight," Sarah said, her blue eyes reflecting the white light of the seam. "Give it your song. Give it the resonance of the change." I understood I didn't need to be a foundation. I needed to be a conductor. I stopped trying to hold the needle upright. Instead, I leaned into the tilt. I pushed against the bone and iron, not to straighten it, but to help it swing. I found the song I had been humming since I first stepped into the field, the melody of the silver grass, the rhythm of the spiral trees, the heartbeat of the void. I poured that song into the needle. The tower groaned, a sound that shook the very foundations of the field. The white light from the seam didn't vanish, it changed color. It turned a soft, iridescent violet, the color of the sky at the edge of the world. The lean of the tower stabilized, not at a perfect 90-degree angle, but at a graceful, sweeping curve. The needle was no longer a rigid pillar. It was a giant, silver feather, swaying in a wind that blew from both worlds at once. The man in the ash dissolved. He didn't die. He simply ceased to be a contradiction. He became part of the gray dust, a footnote in a map that had finally been updated. I pulled my hands away from the tower. They were no longer sinking. The surface was hard and smooth, like polished pearl. My scars were glowing again, the gold and silver intertwined in a pattern that looked like a star chart. I fell back into the ash, exhausted, my luminosity dimmed but steady. Sarah sat down beside me, her feet kicking at the gray dust. "That was a big one," she said, sounding bored. though her eyes were still wide with the reflection of the violet light. Most surveyors just let the bone man talk them into becoming a brick. You're messy, Elias, I like that. The world of clocks, I wheezed, looking up at the curved needle. Are they? They're fine, she said, leaning back on her elbows. A few people probably had some very strange dreams. A few clocks might have ticked backwards for a second. Some maps might have moved their borders by an inch, but they're still in their boxes. Only now the boxes have a little more air in them. I looked at the needle, the great hinge. It was beautiful. It was a bridge made of questions, a monument to the fact that nothing is ever truly finished. You said there were cities, I reminded her, my voice returning to its resonant hum. Oh yes, Sarah said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Cities of shadow and oceans of light and forests where the trees speak in calculus. The field is a big place, surveyor, and you've only just finished the first page. I stood up, shaking the gray ash from my coat. I felt lighter than I ever had as a man, and heavier than I ever had as a shadow. I was the surveyor of the field where shadows gathered, and I finally understood my purpose. I wasn't there to keep the worlds apart. I was there to make sure they never stopped dancing. I looked toward the north, where the horizon was a blur of impossible colors. There were more seams to check, more wounds to heal, and more mysteries to guard. But for the first time, I didn't feel like a lonely sentinel. I began to walk, my feet making no sound on the gray ash, but the land, both of them, knew I was there. Sarah followed a few paces behind, skipping through the shadows, a ghost of a girl who knew that the best maps were the ones that were never finished. The night in the field was long, and the work was eternal, but as I moved toward the next mystery, I realized that the darkness wasn't something to be feared. It was just the space where the next light was waiting to be born. I raised my shard, and the violet light carved a path through the obsidian trees, marking the way for a world that didn't yet know it was free. The ash of the silent reach did not cling to my boots as I ascended the crater's rim. Instead, it seemed to evaporate, returning to the atmosphere of the field as a fine, silvery mist. Behind me, the needle, the great hinge, vibrated with its new, violet resonance. It was no longer a static monument to forgotten geometry, but a living organ of the marches, pulsing like a lung. I could feel its rhythm in the marrow of my bones, a low-frequency hum that synchronized my heartbeat with the rotation of distant, unseen spheres. Sarah walked beside me, her presence less like a person and more like a localized weather pattern. She didn't look at the needle again. She was already looking toward the horizon, where the obsidian trees gave way to something that looked like a wall of falling water, though the water was made of liquid emerald and shattered glass. The reach is behind us, she said, her voice cutting through the hum. But don't think the silence is gone. It just changes its shape. Up ahead in the verdant fracture, the silence is so loud it sounds like screaming. It's where the world of clocks tries to imagine heaven and fails. Is that where the pull is coming from? I asked. The needle press against my mind hadn't vanished with the stabilization of the hinge. If anything, it had sharpened, becoming a focused beam of intent. It wasn't just a location anymore. It was a summons. The pull is coming from the archive of unspoken names, Sarah replied, her pace quickening. But to get there, we have to cross the fracture. And the fracture doesn't like surveyors. It remembers the ones who came before you, the ones who tried to prune it into a topiary garden. It has a long memory for shears. As we approached the wall of liquid emerald, the air grew thick and humid, smelling of crushed mint and ancient electricity. The transition was abrupt. One step I was on the gray ash of the reach, The next, I was waist-deep in a riot of bioluminescent flora that defied every law of botany I had ever known. Flowers the size of dinner plates opened their petals to reveal eyes that tracked my movement. Vines like copper wiring pulsed with a rhythmic, golden light, weaving themselves into intricate, three-dimensional webs between trees that bled amber syrup. This was the verdant fracture, a place where the field's growth was unchecked by the logic of the clock world. Here, life was an explosion, a frantic race to fill every cubic inch of space with complexity. It was beautiful, but it was suffocating. My luminosity felt dim here, crowded out by the sheer volume of competing lights. "Keep your shard close," Sarah warned, her form flickering as she ducked under a canopy of weeping silver ferns. "The plants here don't eat flesh, they eat definition. If you stand still too long, you'll wake up as a rhododendron with a very confused soul." I held the shard before me. Its violet glow acted like a scythe, the aggressive flora recoiling from its edge. The gold and silver mapwork on my skin began to itch, the lines shifting and redrawing themselves in response to the chaotic environment. I felt the field trying to map me, trying to categorize my existence into its emerald taxonomy. I had to push back, asserting my identity as the surveyor, the one who measures but is not measured. We moved through the fracture for what felt like hours, though time in this part of the field was less a river and more a whirlpool. We passed ruins that looked like they had been grown rather than built, temples of living wood where the statuary breathed and the altars grew fruit. I saw things in the shadows of the giant leaves that I chose not to name, creatures made of woven grass and starlight, watching us with a curiosity that felt like hunger. The pull from the north grew into a physical weight, a pressure behind my eyes that made the world tilt. "We're close," I gasped, the humidity of the fracture making my lungs feel heavy. Suddenly, the riot of growth ended. It didn't fade. It stopped at a perfectly straight line, as if an invisible blade had been dropped from the sky. Beyond the line lay a plain of white marble, cracked and weathered, stretching out toward a massive structure that rose from the earth like a library built by giants. This was the archive of unspoken names. It was a cathedral of shelves, miles high, with no roof and no walls, only endless rows of stone carrels and obsidian stacks that reached into the swirling nebulae of the field's sky. "This is as far as I go for now," Sarah said, stopping at the edge of the marble plain. Her expression was uncharacteristically somber. "The archive doesn't like witnesses, it only likes participants." "What am I looking for?" I asked, looking at the monolithic structure. "You aren't looking for anything, Elias," she said, stepping back into the emerald shadows of the fracture. "You're being looked for. The archive is where the field keeps the things it can't digest, the paradoxes, the mistakes, the things that were too heavy to be forgotten but too strange to be remembered." She vanished into the leaves, leaving me alone on the marble plain. I walked toward the archive. My silver footsteps echoed on the stone, a lonely, rhythmic sound in the absolute stillness. There was no wind here, no hum of insects, no rustle of grass. Even the shard in my hand seemed to hold its breath, its violet light narrowing into a focused lantern beam. As I entered the first row of stacks, the scale of the place overwhelmed me. The shelves weren't filled with books, but with objects, thousands of them, each resting in its own niche. A rusted key, a braid of hair tied with a blue ribbon, a clock that ran on heartbeat instead of gears, a jar of tears that glowed with the light of a dying star. Each object was a fragment of a story that had been excised from the world of clocks, a piece of reality that had drifted into the field and found no home until it was shelved here. I felt a profound sense of melancholy emanating from the stone. This was the graveyard of the almost. I followed the pull. It led me deep into the heart of the archive, past the hall of lost tongues and the gallery of unborn ideas. I climbed staircases that spiraled into the clouds and crossed bridges made of solidified moonlight. The higher I went, the colder the air became, until my breath was a constant plume of silver frost. I reached a small, circular chamber at the very top of the central spire. In the center of the room stood a single pedestal made of clear glass. On the pedestal sat a leather-bound book, its cover scarred and burnt, its pages' edges gilded with the same silver ink that ran through my veins. The pull stopped. This was the source. I approached the pedestal, my hand trembling as I reached for the book. As my fingers brushed the leather, the chamber exploded into light. Not the violet light of the shard or the white light of the hinge, but a warm, amber glow that felt like the sun on a summer afternoon. The book opened itself. The pages were blank, yet as I watched, words began to form, not in ink, but in the gold and silver of my own scars. It was a map, but not of the field. It was a map of a life, my life. I saw the apartment in the city of clocks. I saw the face of the woman I had forgotten to mourn. I saw the moment the shard had entered my hand, and the moment I had stepped across the threshold. But as the pages turned, the past gave way to the present, and then to a future that was still unwritten, a chaotic swirl of possibilities that made my head spin. "You are the 14th shadow," a voice said. It wasn't the Bone Man, and it wasn't Sarah. It was a voice that sounded like my own, but deeper, echoed by the weight of centuries. I looked up. Across the pedestal stood a figure draped in a cloak of shifting gray. The face was hidden, but the hands that rested on the glass were identical to mine, etched with the same maps, glowing with the same light. "Who are you?" I whispered. "I am the one who waited," the figure said. "I am the surveyor who did not go mad. I am the one who realized that the field isn't a place you guard, it's a place you become." The figure reached out and turned a page in the book. "The 13 shadows you encountered before, they were the failed versions of us, the ones who tried to remain men, or the ones who tried to become gods. They were consumed by the duality. But you found the seam. You understood the hinge." "I don't want to be a monument," I said, my voice cracking. "I don't want to be a pillar of bone." "Then don't be," the figure said, and for a moment the hood shifted, revealing eyes that were not holes but mirrors. "The archive is full of things that were almost something. The world of clocks is full of things that must be something. But the field is the place of could be. That is your power, Elias. You are the one who decides what remains a shadow and what becomes a sun." The figure vanished, dissolving into a cloud of amber dust that settled on the pages of the book. I looked down at the volume. The pages were no longer blank. They were filled with the geography of the marches, but it was a map that moved. I could see the Cathedral of Thorns breathing in the distance. I could see the needle swaying like a feather, and I could see a new path, one that led beyond the archive, toward a range of mountains that looked like frozen waves of indigo light. "The cities of shadow," Sarah had mentioned. I picked up the book. It was surprisingly light, as if it were made of nothing but potential. I tucked it under my arm and turned to leave the chamber. As I descended the marble stairs, the archive seemed to acknowledge me. The objects in the niches vibrated as I passed, a chorus of tiny, metallic voices offering their secrets. I didn't stop to listen. I had my own story now, and a map that didn't just show me where I was, but who I was becoming. I reached the bottom of the spire and found Sarah waiting for me at the edge of the marble plain. She was leaning against a giant, bioluminescent mushroom, chewing on a blade of silver grass. "Get what you needed?" she asked, her eyes darting to the book under my arm. "I got what was mine," I said. "Good," she said, pushing off the mushroom and starting toward the indigo mountains in the distance, "because the cities are waking up, and they've heard there's a new surveyor in the marches, one who knows how to dance." I looked back at the archive, a silent sentinel of the almost, and then toward the mountains of the could be. The silver ink on my skin pulsed with a fierce gold light. The shadows were still gathering, but they were no longer a threat. They were the ink, and I was the pen. We walked out of the marble silence and back into the riot of the field, the violet light of my shard cutting a path through the emerald dark. The dawn was still a heartbeat away, but for the first time, I realized that I didn't need the sun to see the way forward. I was the light, and the field was my canvas. Part 10 was over. The map was expanding, and the real work was just beginning. The Indigo Mountains did not grow larger as we approached. Instead, the world seemed to shrink toward them, the horizon folding inward like a closing fan. The emerald riot of the verdant fracture fell away, replaced by a terrain of jagged, translucent glass that hummed under my boots. It was a cold music, the sound of 1,000 tuning forks struck at once and held in a vacuum. Sarah was no longer skipping. She moved with a wary, fluid grace, her shadow stretching out toward the mountains as if trying to reach them before her body could. "The cities aren't like the Reach, Elias," she said, her voice barely a whisper against the crystalline vibration of the ground. "In the Reach, the danger is that you'll lose your shape and become part of the dust. In the cities, the danger is that they'll give you a shape you never asked for." "They are hungry for architects." "Who built them?" I asked. I gripped the leather-bound book from the archive tighter against my side. Its warmth was a steady anchor against the mounting chill of the indigo peaks. "Nobody built them," Sarah replied, glancing back with a grin that didn't reach her eyes. "They grew out of the dreams that the clock world threw away. Every grand design that was too beautiful to work, every utopia that collapsed under its own weight, every city that was burned to the ground and forgot, they all drained down into the field. They've been congealing here for eons, stitching themselves together into a single, sprawling nightmare of perfection." As we crossed the glass flats, the first of the cities began to resolve from the indigo haze. It wasn't a city of stone or steel, but of light and geometry. Spires of solid violet flame rose miles into the air, connected by bridges of woven mercury that shimmered with the reflection of stars that didn't exist. There were no walls, only layers of translucent curtains that rippled in a wind that smelled of ozone and old parchment. This was Ouroboros, the city of recurring themes. The pressure in my chest changed. It was no longer a pull. It was a rhythmic throb, a demand for order. My scars began to itch with a frantic intensity, the silver and gold lines tracing patterns of streets and alleyways across my forearms. I realized then that I wasn't just walking toward the city, I was being mapped by it. The city was reading the book under my arm, scanning the geography of my soul to see where I might fit into its endless corridors. "Don't let it categorize you," Sarah warned, sensing my hesitation. "If you think like a citizen, you'll become a lamppost. Think like a surveyor. Look for the cracks. Look for the places where the geometry doesn't add up." We stepped past the first veil of light. The transition was like walking through a sheet of cold water. Suddenly, the silence of the glass flats was replaced by a roar of activity, not of people, but of things. Self-winding gears the size of houses turned in the air, grinding against nothing. Streams of liquid data flowed through gutters made of obsidian, whispering secrets in languages that had died before the first clock was forged. The architecture was a dizzying blur of styles. Gothic arches melted into brutalist concrete, which in turn gave way to delicate, paper-thin pagodas that drifted in the air like kites. It was a museum of human ambition, stripped of its humanity and left to run on autopilot. "Where is everyone?" I asked, my voice echoing strangely, as if the city were recording it for future use. "There are no people here, Elias," Sarah said, stepping over a stream of flowing silver. "There are only echoes and the architects, but you don't want to meet the architects. They're very busy trying to solve a puzzle that has no solution." As we moved deeper into the labyrinth, the sky above Ouroboros began to shift. The indigo clouds swirled into a giant eye, the pupil a dark void that seemed to be watching our progress. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my hand, the hand that held the shard. The violet light was flickering, turning a sickly, jaundiced yellow. "The city is trying to overwrite your light," Sarah hissed, her form becoming translucent. "It wants everything to match. It hates contradictions. And you, surveyor, are the biggest contradiction in the field." I looked at my hand. The gold and silver lines were being bled of their color, turning a dull, uniform gray. The book under my arm felt heavier, its leather cover turning to cold stone. I realized that the city wasn't just observing me, it was absorbing me. It was trying to turn me into a footnote in its infinite library. I stopped, I closed my eyes and reached past the roar of the gears and the whisper of the data streams. I looked for the song I had found at the needle, the melody of the silver grass and the rhythm of the spiral trees. But here, in the heart of the city, that song was drowned out by the relentless ticking of a billion invisible clocks. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was cold like ice, but it had a weight that Sarah's touch never did. I opened my eyes. Standing before me was a figure dressed in a suit of perfectly tailored shadows. His face was a smooth, featureless mask of polished brass, and in his hand he held a compass made of bone. "Surveyor," the figure said, the voice sounding like the ticking of a grandfather clock, "you are out of alignment. Your measurements are imprecise. Your presence creates a deviation of 0.04% in the central plaza. This is unacceptable." "I'm not part of your map," I said, my voice sounding thin even to my own ears. "Everything is part of the map," the architect replied, stepping closer. The brass mask reflected my own terrified face, but distorted, as if I were being pulled into the metal. "The field is a mess of potential. Ouroboros is the solution. We are the final draft. You are merely a smudge of ink that needs to be erased." He raised the bone compass. The air around me began to solidify, turning into a cage of golden lines. I felt my feet being fused to the ground, my boots turning into marble. The book in my hand was becoming a brick, its pages sealing shut with a final, heavy thud. "Sarah," I called out, but she was gone. Or rather, she was still there, but she had become a statue of glass, her mischievous eyes frozen in a look of eternal surprise. I was alone. The city was winning. It was turning me into a monument to my own failure. I looked down at the shard in my hand. It was almost entirely yellow now, a dying ember in a world of perfect, artificial light. I thought of the man in the ash, the bone man who had wanted to be a brick. I thought of the needle, swaying like a feather in the wind. I realized then that I had been trying to fight the city with its own logic. I had been trying to stand my ground, to be a solid thing in a world of solid things. But that wasn't what a surveyor did. A surveyor didn't just measure the land. They define the relationship between the land and the sky. I didn't need to be solid. I needed to be a shadow. I stopped resisting the golden lines. I let my body go limp, letting the marble creep up my legs. But as the stone reached my waist, I didn't try to push it away. Instead, I poured my remaining light, the messy, violet, flickering light of the shard, into the stone itself. I didn't try to break the cage. I tried to make the cage breathe. I began to hum not the song of the field, but a new song, a discordant, jagged melody that I had learned from the cracks in the world of clocks. It was the sound of a glass breaking, the sound of a secret being told, the sound of a heart skipping a beat. The effect was instantaneous. The golden lines of the cage began to warp and bend, turning into vines of violet light. The marble at my feet softened, turning back into gray ash. The architect stepped back, his brass mask cracking down the center. "What are you doing?" he demanded, his voice stuttering like a broken record. "This is not in the blueprints. This is an error." "It's not an error," I said, my voice gaining strength, the resonance of the change returning to my chest. "It's a revision." I stepped out of the melting cage. The book under my arm began to glow again, its leather cover softening, its pages fluttering as if in a high wind. I opened it to a blank page, and with my finger, I drew a single, crooked line across the perfect geometry of the city. In the world of Ouroboros, that line was a catastrophe. A bridge of mercury nearby shattered, the liquid metal falling like rain. A spire of violet flame flickered and died, replaced by a grove of silver-leafed trees that grew out of the pavement in a matter of seconds. The data streams in the gutters began to overflow, the secrets they carried turning into birds of white light that flew up toward the indigo sky. The architect let out a sound like a grinding gear and dissolved into a cloud of brass filings. The city wasn't destroyed, but it was changed. The perfect, sterile order had been breached. The could-be had returned to the must-be. Sarah's glass form shattered, and she tumbled to the ground, gasping for air. "Elias," she coughed, shaking her head. That was very loud. My ears are ringing in 3 different dimensions." "We have to move," I said, helping her up. My scars were glowing with a fierce, violet gold intensity, and the shard in my hand was a brilliant, steady flame once more. The city is going to try to heal itself. We need to find the center before it closes the gap. We ran through the shifting streets. The architecture was in a state of flux. Buildings were folding and unfolding like origami. Streets were turning into rivers, and the sky was a kaleidoscope of impossible colors. The eye in the clouds was blinking rapidly, its pupil shrinking as it tried to focus on the chaos I had unleashed. We reached the central plaza of Ouroboros. In the middle of the square stood a fountain, but instead of water, it flowed with pure, liquid time. It rose in a great, shimmering column toward the sky, where it fed into the eye. "That's the heart of the city," Sarah said, pointing at the fountain. "It's what keeps the clocks synchronized. If you can change the rhythm there, you can free the whole reach." I approached the fountain. The air around it was thick with the scent of old memories, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the scent of a grandmother's kitchen, the metallic tang of a first kiss. It was the raw material of the clock world, being distilled into something cold and manageable. I reached out my hand toward the column of liquid time. As I did, the book under my arm began to vibrate so violently that I had to drop it. It fell to the ground and flipped open to the very last page. The page was no longer blank. It contained a single word written in my own handwriting: remember. I looked at the word, and suddenly a flood of memories that weren't mine hit me. I saw the 13 surveyors who had come before me. I saw their faces, their struggles, their eventual surrenders. I saw the Bone Man when he was still a boy, dreaming of stars. I saw Sarah when she was a living girl, playing in a field of real green grass. And I saw the world of clocks. I saw it not as a prison, but as a fragile, beautiful thing that needed the field to breathe, just as the field needed the clocks to give it shape. I understood then that my job wasn't just to heal the wounds in the field. It was to be the wound. I was the opening through which the two worlds could finally touch without destroying each other. I plunged my hand into the fountain of liquid time. The sensation was beyond pain. It felt as if my entire history were being rewritten in a single second. I saw the stars go out and be reborn. I saw the oceans dry up and fill with silver wine. I saw myself, not as Elias the man or Elias the shadow, but as Elias the bridge. I didn't try to stop the flow. I didn't try to change it. I simply added my own song to the mix. The column of time changed color, turning from a sterile silver to a deep, iridescent violet. The eye in the sky widened, its pupil expanding until it swallowed the entire indigo sky. The roar of the city's gears slowed, becoming a gentle, rhythmic hum, the heartbeat of a world that was finally allowed to sleep. The transformation rippled outward from the plaza, through the streets of Ouroboros, past the glass flats, and into the verdant fracture. Everywhere it touched, the rigid lines softened. The ghosts of the echoes began to dream. The architects stopped calculating and began to wonder. I pulled my hand back. It was no longer made of flesh, or shadow, or marble. It was made of starlight and ink. Sarah stood beside me, her eyes wet with tears that glowed like pearls. "You did it, Elias," she whispered. "You gave the city a soul." "No," I said, looking at the violet fountain. "I just reminded it that it already had one." I picked up the book. The word remember had faded, replaced by a map of the mountains beyond the city. They were no longer indigo. They were the color of a new dawn. "Where to next?" Sarah asked, her voice light and full of mischief again. I looked toward the mountains, toward the next scene, the next mystery, the next dance. "The north," I said. "I hear there's a forest where the trees speak in calculus. I want to see if they can learn to sing." I raised my shard, and the light didn't just carve a path through the dark. It invited the dark to join it. We began to walk, two shadows in a world that was finally starting to wake up, leaving the city of Ouroboros behind us, not as a monument to the past, but as a gateway to a future that was, for the first time, truly unwritten. The transition from the heart of Ouroboros to the foothills of the north was not a journey of miles, but of textures. The air lost its metallic tang of ozone and began to taste of cold iron and pine needles that hadn't yet existed. Sarah walked beside me, her form flickering with a new stability. She seemed more present now, less like a ghost of the field and more like a permanent inhabitant of the bridge I had created. She watched me with a quiet, analytical intensity, her eyes tracing the way the violet ink of my skin now seemed to bleed into the very atmosphere, staining the air around my fingers like a drop of dye in a clear pool. The mountains we approached were the rime peaks of the formalists. They were jagged, impossibly sharp heights that looked like the teeth of a saw blade against the brightening sky. As we climbed, the lush, chaotic growth of the field began to crystallize. The trees here were not the swaying, bioluminescent mushrooms of the reach or the shifting origami of the city. They were tall, rigid structures of obsidian and frost. Their branches didn't wave. They clicked into new positions at precise intervals, following a logic so dense it felt like a physical weight on my skull. Calculus, I muttered, stopping before a tree whose leaves were tiny, silver-etched prisms. Each prism rotated as the wind hit it, reflecting a different equation onto the snow-white ground. I thought you were joking. The formalists don't joke, Elias, Sarah said, breath puffing out in a pale violet mist. They believe that if they can describe the field perfectly, it will stop being so messy. They're trying to solve the equation of existence so they can finally close the book and go to sleep. They're the opposite of the architects. The architects wanted to build forever. The formalists want to finish. I reached out to touch one of the prism leaves. As my finger brushed the cold obsidian, the entire tree let out a low, harmonic chime. The equations on the ground shifted, the variables dancing and rearranging themselves to account for my mass, my temperature, and the specific frequency of the shard in my pocket. It was trying to solve me. Don't let it find the X, Sarah warned. If they solve you, you become a constant, and constants don't get to move. I pulled my hand back, feeling a strange numbness in my fingertips. The silver ink on my skin pulsed, a warning rhythm. We continued upward, the path narrowing until we were walking on a ledge of pure logic, a walkway made of solidified, if-then statements that felt as brittle as thin ice. Below us, the valleys were filled with a fog that looked like static, a gray blur where the world hadn't been calculated yet. As we reached a high plateau, a structure came into view. It was a cathedral of glass and mathematics, a series of concentric circles that rotated around a central spire of white light. This was the observatory of the limit, the place where the formalists sat and watched the edge of the world, waiting for the final number to drop into place. Standing at the entrance was a man who looked as if he had been carved from a single block of salt. His skin was translucent and white, and his eyes were two perfectly round, black pupils with no iris. He wore robes that seemed to be made of graph paper, the lines shifting as he breathed. "The surveyor arrives," the man said. His voice wasn't a sound so much as a vibration in my teeth. "We have been calculating your trajectory since you left the needle. You are 3 minutes and 12 seconds late, according to our primary model." "I took the scenic route," I said, my hand instinctively going to the book at my side. The man's black eyes fixed on the book, the archive's ledger, a collection of variables that refuse to be summed. It is a disorderly thing, a blemish on the proof. "It's a record," I countered, "of everything your equations leave out, the almosts and the might-haves." The formalist stepped forward, and the ground beneath his feet turned into a grid of glowing blue lines. "There is no almost, surveyor. There is only that which is and that which is not. Your presence here is a statistical anomaly. We have spent centuries refining the great proof, and you are a remainder that refuses to be canceled out." "Maybe I'm not supposed to be canceled out," I said, feeling the heat of the violet shard beginning to radiate through my coat. "Maybe the remainder is the point." The man sighed, a sound like dry parchment rubbing together. "The remainder is the source of all suffering. It is the friction that causes the world to grind to a halt. We seek the zero, the perfect, silent equilibrium where the field and the clock world cancel each other out, leaving only the truth." He raised a hand, and the obsidian trees around the plateau began to rotate. The prisms on their branches turned toward me, focusing the dim light of the north into a single, blinding beam of pure white. It wasn't fire, and it wasn't light. It was information. It was a concentrated stream of facts, a weight of certainty that threatened to crush the fluidity of my soul. I felt my knees buckle. The silver ink on my arms began to turn black, the gold light fading under the assault of the white beam. The book felt like a mountain in my arms, pulling me down toward the grid. Sarah's voice sounded distant, as if she were being pushed into another room. He's defining you. Change the variables. But the weight was too much. How do you fight the truth? How do you argue with a mountain that says it is a mountain? The formalist's logic was a cage made of absolute certainty, and I was a man built of shadows and doubts. You are Elia's thorn, the man intoned, his voice growing louder, filling the air until it was the only thing I could hear. Born of the clock world, shaped by the field, you are a biological entity with a life expectancy of 78 years. You are a collection of memories, most of them flawed. You are a surveyor who has lost his way. You are a point on a graph. You are a variable. You are nothing. As the word nothing echoed across the plateau, the world began to turn white. I felt my edges blurring, not into the mist of the reach, but into the blankness of a page that had never been written on. I was being erased by a logic that had no room for my contradictions. In the white void, I felt a small, cold hand slip into mine. "He's wrong, you know," Sarah's voice whispered right in my ear. She was the only thing I could see in the whiteness, a flickering, emerald green spark. "He's forgot the most important part of the math." "What?" I gasped, my voice sounding like a ghost S. "The imaginary numbers," she grinned. "The ones that don't exist but make the whole thing work. The square root of a heartbreak, the sum of a secret. He can't calculate those, Elias. He doesn't have the symbols for them." I looked at her and I remembered the feeling of the mercury rain in Ouroboros. I remembered the scent of the silver grass. I remembered the look on the bone man's face when he realized he didn't have to be a brick. Those weren't facts. They were experiences. They were the I in the equation of the universe, the imaginary unit that allowed for complex solutions. I gripped the book. I didn't try to stand up against the white light. I leaned into it. I let the nothingness wash over me, but instead of disappearing, I used it as a canvas. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the violet shard. It was no longer a shard of glass. It was a shard of intent. I pressed it against the white void and drew a circle. Not a perfect circle, like the ones the formalists loved, but a wobbly, hand-drawn circle that didn't quite meet at the ends. "This is a zero," I shouted into the white. "But it's not your zero. This is the zero of a mouth about to speak. This is the zero of an eye looking at a star." The white light flickered. The heavy weight of the facts began to stutter. I drew another line, a jagged lightning bolt shape that cut across the grid. "This is a one, but it's not a unit. It's a person. It's a single, lonely, beautiful person who refuses to be part of your sum." The plateau reappeared. The formalist was staring at me, his salt skin cracking. The white beam from the trees was bending, warping around the symbols I was drawing in the air with the violet shard. I wasn't using the silver ink on my skin. I was using the air itself, turning the nothingness into a language of my own making. "This is not possible," the man hissed, his graph paper robes fluttering in a wind of my own creation. "The equation must balance. You are introducing irrationalities." "Life is irrational," I yelled, stepping forward. Each step I took shattered the blue grid beneath my boots, leaving behind footprints of blooming, chaotic wildflowers made of purple frost. The field is irrational. It's the place where the things that don't make sense go to live. You can't solve it because it's still being written. I reached the man. I didn't strike him. I simply held out the book. opened to the page where I had written remember. "Look at the remainder," I said. The formalist looked. His black eyes drifted over the names of the 13 surveyors, the sketches of the almosts, the maps of cities that never were. He saw the messy, beautiful, tragic history of a world that refused to be a formula. For a long moment, the only sound was the clicking of the obsidian trees. Then, a single, crystal tear rolled down the man's salt cheek. It hit the ground and didn't turn into a blue line. It turned into a small, fragile sprout of real green ivy. It doesn't sum," he whispered, his voice cracking. "The total is infinity." "Yes," I said, "and you're part of it." The man slumped, his rigid posture dissolving. The observatory behind him began to change. The concentric circles stopped their mechanical rotation and began to drift, like lily pads on a pond. The white spire of light softened, turning into a warm, golden glow that felt like a late afternoon sun. The North was no longer a place of cold logic. It was a place of potential. Sarah stepped up beside me, her emerald eyes shining. "Nice work, Professor. I think you just failed him into a higher state of being." "I didn't fail him," I said, feeling a profound exhaustion settling into my bones. "I just gave him a harder problem to solve." I looked at the book. The map of the mountains had changed again. The peaks were now covered in a soft, violet mist, and a path was clearly marked, leading through a high pass and down into a valley I hadn't seen before. "Oh, the seam," I whispered. "The big one," Sarah agreed, her voice uncharacteristically serious. "The place where the field and the clock world actually touch, not through a shadow or a dream, but for real. That's where the Weaver is." "The Weaver?" I asked. "The one who holds the needle," she said, looking toward the pass. "The one who's been trying to sew the two worlds back together, but keeps running out of thread. They've been waiting for a surveyor who knows how to make their own ink." I looked at my hands. The silver and gold lines were back, but they were different now. They didn't look like maps or equations. They looked like roots. They looked like veins. They looked like a story that was only halfway through the first chapter. We began the climb toward the pass. The air grew thinner, and the sky turned a deep, bruised purple, filled with stars that pulsed like hearts. As we reached the highest point, I looked back. I could see the glow of Ouroboros in the distance, the emerald expanse of the verdant fracture, and the dark, swirling mists of the reach. It was a world of fragments, a beautiful, broken mosaic. And ahead of us, nestled in the valley between the highest peaks, was a village. But it wasn't a village of the field, and it wasn't a village of the clock world. The houses were made of wood and stone, but they were roofed with starlight. The streets were paved with cobblestones, but the gaps between them were filled with singing moss. Smoke rose from chimneys, but the smoke turned into small, white birds that flew away into the night. "This is it," Sarah said, "the threshold, the only place where you can be both things at once." As we descended into the valley, I felt a strange sensation. For the first time since I had stepped into the field, the ticking in my head, the phantom rhythm of the clock world, matched the heartbeat of the land beneath my feet. The two sounds merged into a single, steady pulse. I wasn't a man in a shadow world anymore. I wasn't a shadow in a man world. I was Elia's thorn, and I was home. But as we reached the outskirts of the village, the violet shard in my hand began to vibrate. It didn't pulse with light, it pulsed with a warning. A figure was standing in the middle of the road, blocking our path. It was a woman. She was tall, dressed in a gown made of woven rain, and her hair was a cascade of silver thread that trailed on the ground behind her. In her hand, she held a needle made of a single, long diamond. "The surveyor," she said, her voice like the sound of a distant waterfall. "You have broken my city. You have confused my mathematicians. You have brought color to my gray places." "I'm trying to help," I said, stepping forward. "Help," she laughed, a sound of falling glass. "The field is a wound, Elia's thorn. I have been trying to stitch it shut for 10,000 years. And you are the one who keeps tearing the stitches." She raised the diamond needle, and the world around us began to pull tight, the very fabric of reality bunching up like a wrinkled cloth. "Part 12 is over, surveyor," the weaver said, her eyes flashing with the light of a dying sun. "Now we see if you can survive the needle." The weaver moved with a grace that was terrifying because it was so deliberate. She did not walk, she drifted, and as she moved, the landscape behind her seemed to pucker and fold, as if the village of the threshold were nothing more than a painted backdrop on a heavy velvet curtain. The diamond needle in her hand caught the bruised light of the sky, refracting it into a million tiny, needle-sharp beams that pricked at my skin. "The stitches were the only thing holding the madness at bay," she said, her voice echoing not from her throat, but from the very air around us. "Every time you awaken a soul, Elias, you create a fray. You pull a thread loose from the tapestry I have spent eons weaving. You think you are bringing life, but you are bringing unraveling." Sarah stepped forward, her emerald form flickering with a sudden, sharp intensity. "He's bringing choice, weaver. There's a difference between a tapestry and a cage." The weaver's gaze shifted to Sarah, and for a moment the silver threads of her hair lashed out like whips. "A ghost, a remnant of a failed pattern. You were one of the first I tried to sew back into the clock world, Sarah, but you were too stubborn. You preferred to be a smudge on the glass rather than a part of the window." "I like the view better from here," Sarah retorted, though I could see her hands trembling. I raised the violet shard, the light from it feeling heavy and warm against the weaver's cold, diamond chill. "The world shouldn't be a window or a tapestry. It should be a garden. Gardens are messy. They grow. They change." "Gardens die," the weaver snapped. She lunged, not with her body, but with the needle. She made a swift, piercing motion in the air, and I felt a sudden, agonizing tug in my chest. It wasn't physical pain, but a spiritual one, as if she had hooked a thread of my very identity and was pulling it out through my ribs. I gasped, falling to one knee. The village around us began to blur. The houses of stone and starlight started to lose their definition, the colors bleeding together into a dull, flat gray. The I had found in the math of the north, the imaginary unit of my own soul, felt like it was being canceled out by a greater, more ancient force. "You are a beautiful error, Elias," the weaver whispered, looming over me. Her gown of woven rain smelled of damp earth and old, forgotten sorrows. "But an error nonetheless. I will stitch you into the border. You will be the thread that finally binds the field to the clock world in a permanent, silent peace. No more shifts, no more shadows, just stasis." The diamond needle descended toward my forehead. I could see the tiny, microscopic etchings on its surface, the names of every soul she had already woven into the world's edge. I saw the names of the 13 surveyors. I saw the name of the man who had become a brick. I saw the name of the city of Ouroboros itself. I reached out not to block her, but to grab the needle. As my fingers closed around the diamond, the violet ink on my skin erupted. It wasn't just light anymore, it was the ledger. The words I had collected, the memories of the field, the almosts, and the might-haves poured out of my pores and onto the needle. The diamond began to cloud. The clear, cold perfection of her tool was being infected by the chaotic, colorful ink of the archive. "What are you doing?" the weaver cried, trying to pull the needle back. "I'm adding a chapter," I roared. The violet ink didn't just stain the needle, it began to climb up the weaver's arm. The silver threads of her hair started to turn colors: amber, deep sea blue, the vibrant orange of a dying ember. The static of the world around us shattered. The village of the threshold snapped back into focus, but it was changed. The houses were no longer just stone and wood, they were humming with the sound of the violet fountain. The singing moss began to grow up the weaver's legs, anchoring her to the ground. "You cannot change the weaver," she screamed, but her voice was losing its watery resonance. It was becoming human. It was becoming brittle. "I am the law of the seam." "Then the law is under new management," Sarah said, stepping behind the weaver and placing her glowing hands on the woman's shoulders. The contact was like a short circuit. The emerald light of Sarah's essence and the violet ink of my own met within the weaver's form. The diamond needle shattered into 1,000 shards of light, and for a heartbeat, there was a total, absolute silence. When the light cleared, the weaver was gone. In her place stood a woman who looked exhausted. She was no longer wearing a gown of rain. She wore a simple, tattered dress of gray wool. Her hair was still silver, but it was just hair now, long and tangled and very real. She sat on the ground, staring at her hands as if she had never seen them before. "The needle," she whispered. "It's broken." "You don't need it anymore," I said, breathing hard, my chest still aching from the phantom tug. I offered her a hand. "The world doesn't need to be sewn shut. It needs to be allowed to breathe." The woman looked up at me, her eyes no longer dying suns, but the gray of a misty morning. "Do you have any idea what you've done, surveyor? The seam is open, really open. The two worlds, they're going to bleed into each other now. There's no barrier left." "I know," I said, looking at Sarah. She was more solid than I had ever seen her. She looked like she could reach out and pick a flower and it wouldn't turn to ash. "The clock world won't survive the field," the woman said, though there was no malice in her voice now, only a profound, weary sadness. "And the field will be poisoned by the clock world's logic. You've created a catastrophe." "No," I said, looking toward the village where the birds made of smoke were nesting in the trees of starlight. "I've created a conversation. It's going to be loud, and it's going to be messy, and a lot of people are going to be very confused. But for the first time in 10,000 years, something new is going to happen." I turned away from her and looked toward the center of the village. There, at the very heart of the threshold, stood a gate. It wasn't a gate of iron or gold. It was a gate made of two massive trees that leaned against each other, their branches intertwined so tightly they formed an archway. One tree was a perfectly normal oak, its leaves turning brown with the coming autumn of the clock world. The other was a tree of pure, shifting mercury, its leaves the color of a bruise. Beyond the archway, I could see a road. It didn't lead to the north or the reach or the city. It led out. "Is that the way back?" Sarah asked, her voice quiet. "It's the way forward," I said, "for both of us." We walked toward the gate. The villagers, beings who were half shadow and half flesh, watched us pass with a mixture of awe and terror. They were the first generation of a new world, the inhabitants of the overlap. I saw a child playing with a hoop made of light, and an old man carving a piece of wood that whistled whenever he touched it. As we reached the archway, I stopped. I took the archive's ledger from my belt. It was heavy, pulsing with the weight of everything I had seen and everything I had changed. "I can't take this with me," I said. "Why not?" Sarah asked. It's your story. No, I said, placing the book on a stone pedestal at the base of the Mercury tree. It's the story, and it needs to stay here at the seam, so that anyone who crosses over knows where they came from, and so they know that the almosts matter. I felt a lightness spread through me as I let go of the book. The violet ink on my skin didn't fade, but it settled, becoming a part of my permanent geography. We stepped through the archway together. The transition was instantaneous. There was no tunnel of light, no rushing wind. There was only the sudden, sharp smell of wet asphalt and car exhaust. I was standing on a street corner in a city I recognized. It was raining, real, cold, gray rain. The streetlights were flickering with a mundane, yellow hum. People in heavy coats hurried past us, their heads down, their eyes fixed on the pavement. No one looked at the man with violet ink on his skin or the girl who glowed like an emerald. I looked down at my watch. The second hand was moving. Tick, tick, tick. But as I watched, a drop of rain hit the glass of the watch. The water didn't run off. It turned into a tiny, microscopic flower of silver frost, grew a single petal, and then vanished. I looked at Sarah. She was standing under the awning of a closed bookstore, watching the traffic with wide, wonder-filled eyes. She looked entirely real, yet there was a shimmer to her, a depth of color that made the rest of the gray street look like a faded photograph. "It's so loud," she whispered. "It's the clock world," I said. "It doesn't know how to be quiet." "What do we do now?" she asked, turning to me. "The Weaver said the worlds would bleed together. I don't see any monsters. I don't see any singing moss." "Look closer," I said. I pointed across the street. In a small, neglected crack in the concrete of a parking lot, a weed was growing, but it wasn't a green weed. It was a deep, vibrant violet, and as we watched, it pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light. A few feet away, a puddle of oil from a parked car wasn't just reflecting the street lights. It was swirling into the shape of a constellation that didn't exist in our sky. The field wasn't invading. It was waking up. "The stitches are gone," I said, feeling a smile tug at the corners of my mouth. "The world is starting to remember its soul." I reached into my pocket. The violet shard was gone, replaced by a smooth, ordinary stone. But when I squeezed it, I could feel the heat of the north and the hum of the needle trees still trapped inside it. "We have work to do," I said. "What kind of work?" Sarah asked, stepping out from under the awning, letting the rain wash over her. "We're surveyors," I said, adjusting my coat. "We find the places where the light is leaking through. We find the people who are starting to see the shadows, and we tell them they're not crazy." We started walking down the street, two figures who didn't quite fit the geometry of the city. As we passed a man sitting on a bench, his head in his hands, I reached out and lightly brushed his shoulder. I didn't say anything, but as I walked away, the man looked up. His eyes, which had been dull and tired, suddenly cleared. He looked at the gray rain, and for the first time in years, he saw the way the light caught the drops, turning them into tiny, falling diamonds. He didn't know why, but he felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to go home and paint. "One at a time," Sarah whispered, her hand finding mine. "One at a time," I agreed. The city of the clock world hummed around us, oblivious to the fact that its foundations were shifting. The shadows were no longer just absences of light, they were doorways. The silence was no longer empty, it was a breath held in anticipation. We walked into the heart of the city, the man of ink and the girl of light, leaving a trail of violet footprints that the rain couldn't wash away. The field where shadows gathered was no longer a place far away. It was here, it was everywhere, and the story was finally, truly beginning. As we crossed the bridge over the river, I looked back one last time. For a split second, the skyline of the city flickered. The skyscrapers became towers of glass and mathematics. The river turned into a flow of liquid starlight, and the wind carried the faint, distant sound of a bone man playing a flute made of memories. Then the image snapped back to the mundane reality of steel and stone, but the feeling remained, the weight of the I in the equation. I looked at Sarah, and in the reflection of her eyes, I saw the mountain pass, the weaver's silver hair, and the map that led to the unwritten future. "Where to next, Elias?" she asked, the same mischief in her voice that had been there in the very beginning. I looked at the city lights, stretching out into the dark like a field of fallen stars. "Everywhere," I said. The city didn't just feel different, it felt heavy with potential, like a thunderstorm that refused to break. We walked through the business district, where the glass towers reached up like frozen lightning bolts. To anyone else, they were just offices filled with spreadsheets and fluorescent hums, but as we passed, I saw the truth of them. The shadows cast by the skyscrapers weren't just dark patches on the pavement. They were stretching, elongating toward one another, their edges serrated like the teeth of a key. "They feel it," Sarah said, nodding toward a woman in a sharp business suit who had stopped dead in the middle of the sidewalk. The woman wasn't looking at her phone. She was staring at a manhole cover where a thin, iridescent vapor was rising. It wasn't steam. It was the color of a bruise, the exact shade of the sky back in the threshold. The woman reached out a hand, her fingers trembling. As she touched the vapor, her reflection in a nearby shop window didn't mimic her movement. Her reflection stayed still, watching her with an expression of profound longing. "She's starting to see the overlap," I whispered. "The weaver's stitches are fraying here, too." We kept moving, guided by a new kind of compass. It wasn't the violet shard that had served its purpose, but the ink on my skin. Whenever we neared a place where the barrier was particularly thin, the tattoos would itch, a prickling sensation like a limb waking up from sleep. We found ourselves in a park that felt like a pocket of forgotten time. The oak trees were ancient, their roots buckling the asphalt of the walking paths. In the center of the park stood a fountain, a bronze statue of a man holding a pitcher. The water should have been clear, but it was flowing in reverse, droplets leaping from the basin back into the pitcher, defying gravity with a soft, rhythmic thunk. Sitting on the edge of the fountain was a man I recognized, not from my life in the clock world, but from the logic of the field. He was the man who had been a brick in the wall of our robber rows. Here, in this world, he was wearing a tattered coat and holding a sketchbook. He looked up as we approached, and his eyes were the color of sun-baked clay. "Surveyor," he said, his voice a low grate, "you've brought the weather with you." "I brought the whole climate," I replied, sitting beside him. "How did you get here? I thought you were part of the architecture." "The weaver lost her grip," the man said, gesturing to the fountain. "When the needle broke, the things that were meant to be together found each other. I was a mason here once, before I fell through a crack in a basement in 1924. I spent a long time being a wall. It's nice to have joints again." He showed me his sketchbook. It wasn't filled with drawings. It was filled with equations, the same non-Euclidean geometry I had seen in the north. But here, they were being used to describe the way a tree grows, the way a heart breaks, the way a city breathes. "The logic is changing, Elias," the mason said. "The eye you found, it's spreading. People are starting to remember the things they forgot they knew. the dreams they had when they were 5, the feeling that there's someone standing just behind them in the mirror. It's not madness anymore, it's just the rest of the world. Sarah leaned over the fountain, her emerald light casting ripples on the gravity-defying water. Is it dangerous? The weaver said we were causing a catastrophe. The mason laughed, a dry, dusty sound. To a weaver, a loose thread is a disaster. To the thread, it's the first time it's been free. There will be storms, yes. There will be places where the geography doesn't make sense, but look at the people. He pointed toward the park entrance. A group of teenagers was gathered around a tree. They weren't filming it with their phones. They were listening. They had their ears pressed to the bark, and their faces were filled with a strange, quiet peace. The tree is telling them about the wind, the mason said, and for the first time in a century, they're actually hearing it. I felt a sudden, sharp tug on my sleeve. It was the ink. My forearm was pulsing, the lines of the ledger glowing a fierce, angry violet. I looked toward the edge of the park, where the city traffic was loudest. A car had stopped in the middle of the intersection. The driver had climbed out, but he wasn't looking at the engine. He was looking at the air in front of him. The air was rippling like heat haze, but it was turning solid. A structure was beginning to manifest in the middle of the street, a tower made of bone and clockwork, a fragment of Ouroboros trying to plant itself in the soil of the mundane. The bleed through, I said, standing up. It's happening faster than I thought. It's the resonance, Sarah said, her voice tight. The clock world is trying to categorize the field, and the field is trying to dream the clock world. They're crashing into each other. We ran toward the intersection. The tower was growing at an impossible rate, its gears grinding against the asphalt with a sound that set my teeth on edge. The driver of the car was backed against his door, his eyes wide with a terror that was rapidly turning into awe. "Elias, what do we do?" Sarah asked. "We can't just let it crush the street." I looked at the tower. It wasn't just a building. It was a memory of a prison. It was the place where the mathematicians had tried to count the stars until they went blind. If it solidified here, it would be a monument to stasis in a world that was finally trying to move. I reached out and touched the base of the tower. The cold of the clock world met the heat of the field within my skin. I didn't try to pull it down. I didn't try to destroy it. Instead, I thought of the violet fountain. I thought of the almosts. I began to speak, not in English, but in the language of the ledger, the words that were written in ink on my chest. I spoke of the man who became a brick and the girl who became a ghost. I spoke of the beauty of a broken mosaic and the necessity of the fray. As I spoke, the ink on my skin began to bleed onto the bone-white walls of the tower. The violet light seeped into the gears, slowing them down, turning their mechanical grind into a melodic chime. The tower didn't disappear. It transformed. The bone turned to white birch wood. The gears turned into massive, circular, stained glass windows that caught the gray light of the city and turned it into a kaleidoscope of emerald and amber. The tower didn't crush the street. It merged with it, its roots dipping into the sewers and turning the waste into clear, cold spring water. The driver of the car stepped forward, his hand reaching out to touch the birch bark. He didn't look afraid anymore. He looked like he had just found something he had been looking for his entire life. "It's a library," he whispered. I looked up. The tower was no longer a prison. It was a repository. Inside, I could see shelves appearing, filled with books that hadn't been written yet, the stories of the people who would live in this new, blended world. "You're not just a surveyor anymore, Elias," Sarah said, her hand resting on my shoulder. Her touch was warm, solid, and vibrantly alive. You're an architect." "No," I said, watching the crowd gather around the Birchwood Tower. "I'm just the guy who broke the needle. They're the ones who have to build the rest." We spent the night moving through the city. We were shadows in the rain, ghosts in the machine. We found a subway station where the tracks had turned into a river of mercury, and we showed the commuters how to whistle to make the boats appear. We found a hospital where the walls were weeping tears of gold, and we told the doctors that the gold wasn't a disease, it was a cure for the silence. With every step, the city became less of a grid and more of a garden. The harsh edges of the clock world were softening, being reclaimed by the wild, imaginative logic of the field. It wasn't a catastrophe, it was a homecoming. As the sun began to rise, a sun that was now a deep, pulsing crimson, surrounded by a halo of silver birds, we found ourselves back at the bridge. The woman in the gray wool dress, the weaver who was no longer a weaver, was standing there, leaning against the railing. She was watching the sunrise with a look of quiet bewilderment. "It's not silent," she said as we approached. "I thought it would be silent when it ended, but it's so loud, I can hear everyone's heartbeats all at once." "That's the sound of the tapestry breathing," I said. She looked at me, her gray eyes reflecting the crimson sun. "The seam is gone, Elias. There is no here and there anymore. There is only this." "Is that so bad?" Sarah asked. The woman reached out and caught a falling raindrop. It didn't turn into a diamond. It didn't vanish. It just sat in her palm, reflecting the world around her in all its messy, beautiful glory. "It's terrifying," she said, a small, fragile smile appearing on her face. "It's the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. I think I might like it." She turned and walked away into the city, her gray dress blending into the morning mist. She wasn't a goddess anymore. She was just a woman in a changing world, and that was a far greater thing to be. Sarah and I stood on the bridge, watching the light hit the water. The river was a mix of blue and violet, flowing toward a sea that was now filled with islands that hadn't existed yesterday. "What happens when we run out of ink?" Sarah asked, looking at the ledger on my skin. "We don't," I said. "The story keeps writing itself. Every time someone makes a choice, every time someone dreams, every time someone sees the shadow and isn't afraid, the ink gets deeper." I looked at my hands. The violet lines were shifting, forming new patterns, new maps. They were no longer just a record of where I had been. They were a promise of where we were going. "The field is where the shadows gathered," I whispered, the words feeling like a prayer. "But the light is where we find each other." We walked off the bridge and into the waking city. The ticking of the clocks was still there, but it was no longer a countdown. It was a rhythm. It was a song. And as the first bell of the morning rang out from a nearby cathedral, a bell that now sounded like the laughter of a child, I knew that the first chapter was finally over. The world was broken. The world was whole. And for the first time in 10,000 years, it was exactly where it was supposed to be. We turned a corner and disappeared into the crowd, two threads in a pattern that was finally, gloriously unraveling. The transition was not a seamless one. The birth of a new reality never is. It is a messy, cacophonous affair of labor pains and splintering wood. As the morning deepened, the city began to groan under the weight of its own expansion. I felt it in my marrow, a sudden, sharp vibrato that rattled my teeth. The sidewalk beneath our feet didn't just crack. It yawned, and from the dark earth below, a cluster of crystalline fungi sprouted, tall as street lamps, casting a soft, bioluminescent blue over the parked cars. Sarah reached out and touched one of the stalks. It chimed, a high-pitched note that resonated with the humming in her own skin. Elia's look at the people. They're not running. She was right, the panic I had expected, the screaming, the chaotic flight of a population faced with the impossible, hadn't materialized in the way the Weaver had predicted. Instead, there was a profound, heavy stillness. People stood on their balconies and leaned out of office windows, watching the sky. The crimson sun was now joined by two smaller, paler sisters, hanging like pearls in a sea of violet-streaked clouds. The citizens of the clock world were reacting like sleepwalkers suddenly jolted awake in a room they didn't recognize, but somehow remembered from a dream. A bus had stopped in the middle of the boulevard, its engine stalling as the exhaust pipe began to breathe out swarms of translucent butterflies instead of smoke. The passengers had filed out, one by one. They weren't calling for help. They were kneeling on the pavement, watching the butterflies settle on the concrete, turning the gray road into a shifting carpet of wings. The logic of the heart is overriding the logic of the gear, I said, my voice sounding distant even to my own ears. They've spent their lives being told that 2 + 2 is 4. Now they're seeing that 2 + 2 can be a poem or a storm or a memory of a lost mother, and they're choosing the poem. But not everyone was finding peace in the fray. As we moved toward the old industrial district, the itch in my skin intensified. The ink on my ribs felt like it was being scorched by a branding iron. We turned a corner into a narrow alleyway and found ourselves facing a pocket of resistance, not from the people, but from the world itself. A group of enforcers, the gray-clad men who had once served as the Weaver's literal hands in this realm, were huddled around a massive, iron-bound trunk. They looked diminished, their faces pale and flickering like bad television reception. They were trying to use a heavy, brass-bound device to stitch a hole in the air. The hole was a jagged tear in the fabric of the alley, a window looking directly into the heart of the field. Through it, I could see the needle trees and the bone-white mountains, vibrant and terrifyingly close. The enforcers were frantic, their movements jerky and mechanical. They were trying to force the reality back into its box, to hammer the nails of the clock world back into the shifting sand. "Stop!" I shouted, stepping forward. The lead enforcer turned. His eyes were gone, replaced by spinning clockwork gears that whirred with a frantic, metallic distress. "The geometry is failing," he rasped, his voice a burst of static. "The equations are bleeding. We must preserve the sequence. We must maintain the count." "The count is over," I said, holding up my hand. The violet ink glowed with such intensity that it cast a long, sharp shadow behind me. "You're trying to hold back the tide with a thimble. Let it go." "If we let it go, there is no order," the enforcer cried, his fingers bleeding a gray, oily fluid as he gripped the brass device. "There is only the gathered shadow. There is only the end." "It's not the end," Sarah said, stepping beside me. Her emerald light flared, pushing back the gloom of the alley. "It's the middle. It's the part of the story where everything changes. You don't have to be afraid of the shadow. It's just the light's way of showing you where the edges are." The enforcer looked at her, and for a second, the gears in his eyes slowed. He looked at the window to the field, at the singing moss and the sky that tasted like copper, and a spark of something human flickered in his hollow face. It was a look of pure, unadulterated exhaustion. He had been holding the world together for so long that he had forgotten why it was worth holding. He let out a long, shuddering breath of steam. I don't remember my name." "None of us do," I said softly, "but you can choose a new one." The enforcer let go of the brass device. It hit the pavement with a heavy thud and immediately began to dissolve, its metal turning into a swarm of ladybugs that scattered into the cracks of the brickwork. The jagged hole in the air didn't expand to swallow the city. Instead, it softened. The edges blurred until the alleyway simply deepened. The brick walls remained, but they were now entwined with ivy that grew at invisible rate, its leaves whispering secrets in a language of rustles and sighs. The enforcer sat down against the wall, his gray suit turning to the color of ash. He closed his eyes, the gears finally stopping their frantic spin, and for the first time he looked like he was actually breathing. "One more stitch undone," Sarah whispered. We left the alley and headed toward the river. The city was transforming faster now. The high-rise apartments were sprouting balconies made of woven starlight, and the sound of the traffic had been replaced by a low, rhythmic thrumming that felt like the heartbeat of a giant. But as we reached the riverbank, I saw the true challenge. In the center of the water, where the current was strongest, a massive structure was rising. It wasn't the birchwood tower I had helped create earlier. This was something else. It was a vortex of pure, unrefined almost. It was a swirling mass of every dream that had ever been discarded, every word that had ever been swallowed, every path that had never been taken. It was the raw material of the field, and it was pouring into the clock world with the force of a hurricane. The almosts were manifesting as physical entities, shadowy, half-formed figures that drifted through the air like smoke. They weren't malevolent, but they were hungry. They were looking for a place to belong, for a story to latch onto. And as they touched the people of the city, the people began to flicker, their identities blurring as they were overwhelmed by the weight of their own unlived lives. I saw a man standing by the railing, his face contorting as he suddenly remembered the life where he had been a sailor, then the life where he had been a king, then the life where he had died as a child. He was gasping, his soul unable to hold the sudden influx of possibility. It's too much, I realized, the ink on my skin beginning to vibrate so hard it hurt. The dam didn't just break, the river is trying to become the ocean all at once. They can't handle the I in the equation yet, it's too heavy. Sarah grabbed my hand, her grip white-knuckled. "Elia's the ledger. You have the record of everything that was. You have to give them a frame. You have to give them a way to see the shadows without being lost in them." I looked at the swirling vortex in the river. I looked at the violet ink on my arms. The ledger wasn't just a map of the past. It was a blueprint for the present. I understood then what the weaver had truly been afraid of. It wasn't the chaos. It was the responsibility. To be a surveyor was to watch. To be an architect was to build. But to be the one who held the ledger, that was something else entirely. I had to be the anchor. "I need you to hold me," I told Sarah. "Don't let me drift. If I go too deep into the ink, I might not remember which me I am." "I won't let go," she promised, her eyes burning with an emerald fire that seemed to pierce through the gathering mist of the almosts. I stepped to the very edge of the riverbank, my toes hanging over the water. I closed my eyes and reached inward, not to the memory of the field, but to the feeling of the needle trees, the heat of the violet shard, and the weight of the bone man's flute. I reached for the I, the imaginary unit, the square root of a negative, the thing that shouldn't exist but makes the whole universe work. I began to pull. I pulled the ink from my skin. It didn't hurt. It felt like peeling off a heavy coat on a hot day. The violet lines rose from my arms, my chest, my throat, and began to spiral into the air between me and the vortex. They formed a shimmering, translucent web, a new kind of geometry that wasn't based on circles or squares, but on the shape of a heartbeat. I projected the ledger into the vortex. I gave the almosts a structure. I gave the discarded dreams a place to rest. I spoke into the wind, my voice amplified by the resonance of the city itself. "You are not everything," I shouted. "You are the space between. You are the breath before the word. You are the shadow that gives the light its meaning. Find your place in the pattern." The vortex shuddered. The shadowy figures stopped their frantic drifting and began to flow toward the web of ink. They didn't disappear. They settled into the lines of the ledger, becoming the illustrations in a book that was finally being bound. The man by the railing stopped gasping. His face cleared. He didn't forget the sailor or the king, but he remembered the man he was, and he felt the other lives not as a burden, but as a vast, rich background, a depth of field that made his current life more vibrant. The swirling mass in the river began to solidify, turning into a great arched bridge made of glass and memory. It connected the two banks of the city, but it also seemed to connect the earth to the sky. It was a permanent doorway, a stabilized rift where the two worlds could meet and exchange their secrets without destroying one another. As the last of the raw energy was channeled into the bridge, the violet ink returned to me. It didn't settle back into the same patterns. It was simpler now, more elegant. On the back of my right hand, a single, perfect circle had formed, with a needle-like line crossing through it, the mark of the anchor. I slumped forward, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Sarah caught me, her arms strong and warm. The air was quiet now, not the dead silence of the clock world, but the expectant silence of a theater before the curtain rises. "You did it," she whispered, her face pressed against my shoulder. I looked up at the bridge. It was beautiful. People were already beginning to walk onto it, their footsteps echoing with the sound of distant bells. The river below was clear, reflecting a sky that was now a soft, bruised gold. "We did it," I corrected her. We sat on the riverbank for a long time, watching the world settle into its new skin. The city was still there, the skyscrapers, the streets, the subways, but it was infused with a wild, unpredictable grace. A cat walked past us, its fur shimmering with the colors of a nebula, and it winked at me with a distinctly human intelligence before disappearing into a thicket of silver ferns. "What now?" Sarah asked, leaning her head on my shoulder. "The weaver is gone, the enforcers are sleeping, the bridge is built." I looked at the mark on my hand. I could feel the city humming beneath me, a vast, complex machine that was finally learning how to dream. There were still places where the light was too bright, still shadows that were too deep. There were still people who would wake up tomorrow and wonder why their coffee tasted like starlight and why their shadows were singing. "Now," I said, a slow smile spreading across my face, "we go for a walk. I think there's a park in the North District that's currently trying to turn into a mountain range. They might need someone to show them where the trails should go." Sarah stood up, offering me her hand. Her emerald glow was softer now, more integrated, like the light of a forest at dusk. A mountain range in the middle of the city, that sounds like a lot of work. "It's not work," I said, taking her hand and pulling myself up. "It's a story, and we've got plenty of ink left." We turned away from the river and headed back into the heart of the new world. The suns were setting, casting long, impossible shadows that danced and played across the pavement. The field was no longer a place of gathering shadows. It was the ground beneath our feet, the air in our lungs, and the infinite, unwritten pages of the days to come. As we walked, I realized I couldn't hear the ticking of my watch anymore. I looked down at my wrist. The watch was gone. In its place was a band of violet light, pulsing in time with the city, in time with the girl beside me, in time with the very first breath of a world that had finally, truly begun to live. We stepped into the crowd, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like a ghost. I felt like a comma, a small, vital pause in a sentence that was never going to end. The North District didn't just look like a mountain range. It felt like a tectonic argument. As we approached the outskirts of what used to be a grid of red brick tenements and laundromats, the perspective of the horizon began to tilt. The asphalt didn't crumble, it folded, rising in smooth, obsidian slopes that smelled of ozone and ancient rain. The streetlights had elongated, their glass housings stretching into drooping, luminous fruit that cast a pale amber glow over the newly formed crags. "It's beautiful in a terrifying sort of way," Sarah remarked, her boots crunching on a substance that looked like gravel but felt like crushed velvet. She was right, the transition wasn't violent, but it was absolute. We passed a bakery where the oven vents were now breathing out small golden clouds that hovered at shoulder height. The baker was standing on his doorstep, holding a cooling rack and staring up at a peak that had pierced through the roof of the library across the street. He didn't look angry. He looked like a man who had spent his whole life looking at a wall and had just realized it was actually a window. "The anchor is holding," I muttered, more to myself than to her. I could feel the bridge we had built back at the river. It was a steady, low-frequency thrum in the base of my skull. It acted as a tuning fork, keeping the city from vibrating itself into a million disconnected fragments. But the geography is still searching for a consensus. It wants to be a wilderness, but it remembers being a neighborhood. "Then we give it a reason to be both," Sarah said. She stepped toward a jagged rise of stone that had once been a bus stop. She placed her hand on the cold, dark surface. The emerald light in her veins pulsed, and where her fingers touched the rock, moss began to bloom, not the ordinary green moss of our world, but a soft, silver-gray carpet that sparked with tiny, diamond-like spores. The stone seemed to settle. The aggressive, sharp edges softened, curving into something that looked less like a shard of glass and more like a bench. "You're talking to it," I said, watching the silver moss spread. "I'm listening to it," she corrected. "It's confused, Elias. It's like a child who just woke up from a nightmare and doesn't know if the monsters are still under the bed. It needs to know it's safe to stay." I looked down at the mark on my hand, the circle and the needle, the anchor. I realized then that my role wasn't just to hold the world together, but to authorize its newness. I knelt by a fissure in the ground where a stream of liquid mercury was bubbling up. In the old world, this would have been a toxic nightmare. Here, it was the almost of a river, a possibility of flow that hadn't found its rhythm yet. I dipped my fingers into the cool, metallic liquid. I didn't think of equations or maps. I thought of the way the river used to sound on Sunday mornings when the city was quiet. I thought of the scent of damp earth after a summer storm. I projected the I, the imaginary, the soul of the ink into the mercury. The liquid shivered. The silver sheen faded into a deep, translucent sapphire. The heavy, metallic smell vanished, replaced by the sharp, clean scent of a mountain spring. The stream began to carve a path through the obsidian rock, flowing with a purpose, threading its way between the houses and the hills. "It's learning," I whispered. We spent the afternoon walking through the shifting landscape of the North District, acting as midwives to a changing reality. We found a playground where the swings had turned into vines of woven light. We stayed until the children found the courage to touch them, and once they did, the vines grew sturdy and kind, swaying with a gentle, rhythmic grace that matched the children's laughter. We found a group of office workers trapped on a high ledge that had once been a fifth-floor balcony. I drew a staircase of violet ink in the air, and as they stepped onto it, the ink solidified into white marble, rooted in the new earth. But as the suns began to dip lower, casting long, bruised shadows across the peaks, I felt a familiar coldness. It wasn't the chill of evening. It was a localized pocket of silence, a place where the song of the new world went mute. "Do you feel that?" Sarah asked, her emerald light dimming slightly, as if the air itself were trying to snuff her out. "A dead zone," I said, "a place where the weaver's logic is still trying to bite back." We followed the silence to the center of a small square. In the middle of what had been a community garden, a single, perfectly square pillar of gray concrete remained. It was untouched by the obsidian peaks or the silver moss. It was a monument to the old order, a stubborn piece of the clock world that refused to yield. Standing before the pillar was a man. He was dressed in a sharp, charcoal gray suit that looked out of place against the vibrant, shifting sky. He wasn't an enforcer. He didn't have gears for eyes. He was just a man, perhaps in his 60s, holding a pocket watch with a grip so tight his knuckles were white. He was staring at the watch, his lips moving in a silent, frantic count. "Sir," Sarah called out softly. The man didn't look up. 342 seconds since the suns reached the zenith. The deviation is increasing. The arc is incorrect. The light is the wrong frequency. It must be corrected. We must return to the mean. "The mean is gone," I said, stepping into the circle of silence. My violet mark began to itch. There is no average anymore. There is only the exceptional. The man finally looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a frantic, desperate terror. "You don't understand. If we don't keep the count, the void comes," the weaver told us. "Without the gears, there is only the field, and the field is where we disappear." "The field is where we began," I said, moving closer. "The weaver lied to you because he was afraid of things he couldn't measure. He wanted a world he could predict, but a predictable world is a dead one." "It was safe," the man screamed, clutching the watch to his chest. "It was orderly. I knew exactly how many breaths I would take in a day. I knew the color of the sky at 4 p.m. now. Look at it. The sky is the color of a bruise and the ground is singing, and I don't know who I am if I'm not counting." He pointed at the obsidian mountains rising around the square. "This is chaos. This is the shadow." "No," Sarah said, stepping beside him. She reached out but didn't touch him yet. "This is the dream you forgot you were having. You're not disappearing. You're finally being seen." "I don't want to be seen," the man sobbed, collapsing to his knees at the base of the concrete pillar. "I want to be certain." The concrete pillar began to hum, a harsh, grinding sound that set my teeth on edge. It was feeding on his fear, using his desire for certainty to anchor itself. Cracks began to appear in the sapphire stream we had just created. The silver moss near the pillar began to wither and turn to ash. The man's fear was a poison, a remnant of the old world that could still infect the new one if we weren't careful. The clock world wasn't just a system of gears, it was a state of mind. And as long as people clung to the safety of the cage would keep rebuilding itself. "Yelia's," Sarah whispered, her voice urgent. "He's creating a feedback loop. If he doesn't let go of that watch, he's going to pull this whole square back into the gray." I looked at the man, and then I looked at the ledger on my hand. I could feel the weight of 10,000 years of counting, the crushing boredom of the weaver's reign, and the sheer, agonizing loneliness of a life measured in seconds rather than moments. I knelt down in front of him. I didn't try to take the watch. Instead, I placed my hand over his, the hand that held the ticking device. "Do you know what the field really is?" I asked him, my voice low and steady. He looked at me, his breath hitching. It's where the shadows gathered." "Yes," I said, "but do you know why they gathered there? They were waiting for someone to tell them they didn't have to be shadows anymore. They were waiting for a story." I let the violet ink flow from my palm into his hand. It didn't burn him. It seeped into his skin like warmth. I showed him a glimpse of the field as it was now, not a place of bone-white mountains and needle trees, but a garden of infinite potential. I showed him the weaver, not as a god, but as a frightened architect who had built a prison because he was too scared to live in a house with windows. I showed him the man he could have been, the one who painted with the colors of the sunset, the one who loved without a schedule, the one who wasn't afraid of the dark because he knew the stars lived there. "You don't have to count the seconds," I told him. "You just have to live them." The man's grip on the watch loosened. His fingers trembled. He looked at the device, the gold-plated face, the ticking hands that had dictated his entire existence, and he saw it for what it was, a tiny, hollow heartbeat for a man who deserved a real one. As he let the watch fall, it hit the concrete with a sharp clack. For a second, the ticking grew louder, a frantic, mechanical heartbeat that echoed off the gray pillar. Then, with a sound like a sigh, the watch shattered, not into gears and springs, but into a cloud of dandelion seeds that caught the violet breeze and drifted upward toward the three suns. The concrete pillar didn't explode. It simply dissolved, the gray stone turning into a flurry of white flower petals that blanketed the square. The obsidian mountains around us seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, their peaks glowing with a soft, inner light. The man sat on the ground, surrounded by flower petals. He looked at his hands, which were no longer shaking. He looked at Sarah and then at me. "The sky," he whispered, his voice cracking. It's purple." "It's whatever you want it to be," Sarah said, smiling. She reached down and helped him to his feet. "I think," the man said, brushing a petal from his sleeve, "I think I'd like to go for a walk, without a destination." "That's the best kind of walk," I told him. We watched him leave the square, his steps slow and uncertain at first, then growing stronger as he moved toward the sapphire stream. He stopped to touch a leaf, to look at a cloud, to simply stand in the light. He was no longer a gear in a machine. He was a person in a world. But as he disappeared around the corner, the mark on my hand flared with a sudden, sharp pain. I doubled over, clutching my wrist. Elia's Sarah was at my side in an instant. "What is it?" "The bridge," I gasped, the world spinning. Something is crossing it." I looked toward the horizon, where the great glass bridge arched over the river. It was glowing with a fierce, unstable light. The eye, the imaginary unit I had used to stabilize the rift, was being pushed to its limit. The transition wasn't finished. The weaver had been the architect of the clock world, but he hadn't been its only inhabitant. There were things older than the gears, things that had been trapped in the foundations of the city since the beginning, things that the weaver had used to power his clocks. Deep beneath the city, in the roots of the world where the shadows were darkest, something had woken up. It wasn't the weaver, and it wasn't the bone man. It was the never, the opposite of the almost. It was the entropy that the weaver had tried to bottle up, the absolute silence that comes when the story stops entirely. And it was using the bridge I had built as a ladder. "We have to go back," I said, struggling to my feet. The violet ink was crawling up my arm, turning black at the edges. The anchor isn't enough. The world doesn't just need a map, it needs a guardian. I'm with you, Sarah said, her emerald light flaring bright enough to rival the setting suns. We're the ones who wrote this chapter, Elias. We're the ones who finish it. We turned and began to run back toward the river, through a city that was half dream and half nightmare, as the first true night of the new world began to fall. The shadows weren't gathering in the field anymore. They were gathering at our backs, and they were hungry. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of wet soot and old, forgotten regrets. As we raced back through the North District, the landscape we had just helped to settle began to shudder. The obsidian mountains groaned, their peaks tilting like the masts of sinking ships. The sapphire stream we had coaxed into being turned a dull, leaden gray, its flow stuttering as if the very concept of motion was being revoked. "It's the vacuum," I shouted over the rising wind, which sounded less like air and more like a long, drawn-out gasp. The weaver didn't just build a city, he built a dam. All the things that didn't fit, all the never-should-bests, he stuffed them into the sub-basements of reality. Now that the dam is broken, they're trying to drown the dream. Sarah grabbed my hand, her grip like iron. Her emerald glow was the only thing cutting through the sudden, unnatural gloom. We didn't build a bridge just to let the void across, Elias. There has to be a way to filter it. "The bridge is neutral," I cried out, leaping over a fissure that had opened in the middle of a sidewalk. "It's a door. It doesn't care who walks through it. It only cares that the connection exists." We reached the crest of the hill overlooking the river. The sight below stopped us in our tracks. The beautiful glass bridge, which had been a shimmering arc of hope only hours before, was now a jagged spine of flickering light. Dark shapes, not shadows, but holes in the light, were swarming over it. They looked like silhouettes of people, but they moved with a jarring, frame-by-frame twitchiness that hurt the eyes. They were the unwritten, the drafts of humanity that the weaver had discarded because they were too loud, too sad, or too strange to function in his clockwork precision. They were pouring out of the rift at the center of the bridge, a tide of absolute negation. Where they stepped, the glass turned to ash. Where they touched the water, the river stopped reflecting the sky and became a black pit. "They're not trying to live," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "They're trying to stop everything from living. They want the silence back." I looked at the mark on my hand. The violet ink was now a frantic, swirling vortex, the needle pointing toward the bridge like a compass in a hurricane. I realized then that I had made a mistake. I had thought the imaginary, was the solution. But the imaginary is a wild thing. Without a heart to pump it, it becomes a ghost. And ghosts are just memories of things that never got to happen. "I have to go down there," I said. "We go down there," Sarah corrected. She didn't wait for my argument. She stepped off the ledge, her feet finding purchase on a slope of shifting slate that hadn't been there a minute ago. As we descended toward the riverbank, the temperature dropped until our breath came out in ragged shards of frost. The unwritten were close now. I could hear them. They didn't speak. They made the sound of a radio tuned to static, a white noise that threatened to wipe my mind clean of every thought I had ever held dear. One of them turned toward us. It had no face, only a hollow depression where a soul should be. It reached out a flickering hand, and the air between us began to turn gray. Sarah stepped forward, her emerald light expanding into a shield. "Not this time," she hissed. She pressed her palms together, and a wave of green fire rolled outward. It didn't burn the unwritten, it tried to fill them. For a moment, the creature before us took on a shape, a woman in a floral dress, a child with a wooden hoop, but the weight of their own non-existence was too much. They shattered into static and were sucked back toward the bridge. It's not working, I yelled. You're trying to give them lives they never had. You can't fill a bottomless pit with handfuls of dirt. Then what do? She cried, her light flickering as the static pressed in from all sides. I looked at the bridge. The eye was the key, but it needed a real-world coefficient. It needed a 1 to balance the equation. It needed a sacrifice of the tangible to anchor the intangible. I have to become the anchor, I said, the realization hitting me with the force of a physical blow. Not just carry the mark. I have to be the point where the two worlds meet and stay met. I have to be the bridge. No, Sarah said, her eyes wide with terror. Elias, if you do that, you won't be. You won't be you. You'll be a landmark, a statue, a ghost. I've spent my whole life feeling like a ghost, Sarah, I said, stepping toward the edge of the water. The violet light was screaming in my veins now. But this is different. This isn't disappearing. This is becoming the foundation. I looked at her, and for a second the world was quiet. The static faded. The mountains stopped shaking. There was just the girl with the emerald eyes and the boy with the ink in his blood. The story needs a spine, I told her. If I don't do this, the North District, the mountains, the cats with nebula fur, it all goes back into the dark, and you go with it. I'd rather go into the dark with you than stay in a world where you're just a pillar of light, she sobbed. You won't be alone, I promised. I'll be the ground you walk on. I'll be the air you breathe. Every time you see a shadow dance, that'll be me. Every time a story finds its ending, that'll be me. I turned away before I could lose my nerve. I stepped onto the river, and the water didn't give way. It solidified into a path of violet glass. With every step I took toward the bridge, I felt my physical body becoming less certain. My skin was turning into parchment. My bones were becoming the nibs of pens. I was becoming the ledger itself. The unwritten surged toward me, but they couldn't touch me now. I was the very substance of their hunger, refined into a purpose. I walked through them like a beam of light through smoke. I reached the center of the bridge, the point where the rift was vomiting out the never. I could see it now, a tear in the fabric of the universe, a jagged hole where the weaver had cut out the parts of the world he didn't like. Behind it was a sea of gray, an infinite ocean of unformed thoughts and aborted dreams. I knelt at the edge of the rift. I pressed my marked hand against the glass. "I am the anchor," I whispered. The violet ink exploded. It didn't just fill the rift, it began to weave a tapestry across the opening. I felt my consciousness expanding, stretching thin as it pulled across the city. I felt the skyscrapers in the South District, the subways in the east, the new mountains in the north. I felt the baker with his golden clouds and the man who had dropped his watch. I felt Sarah. She was standing on the riverbank, her emerald light a tiny, precious spark in the vastness of my new perception. The never fought back. It poured into me, trying to erase the lines I was drawing. It tasted like loneliness. It felt like the moment after a candle is blown out. It tried to remind me of every failure, every time I had sat in the field and wished for the world to simply stop. "You are nothing," the void hissed. "You are a comma in a sentence of silence." "A comma is enough," I replied, my voice echoing through the streets and the stars, "because a comma means there's more to come." I poured everything I was into the gap, my memories of the smell of old books, the taste of cheap coffee, the way the light hit the brick walls in the alleyway. I gave it the sound of Sarah's laughter and the weight of her hand in mine. I used the one of my existence to define the eye of the world's potential. The rift began to close. The jagged edges of the tear didn't just pull together, they healed. The gray sea was pushed back, not by force, but by the sheer, overwhelming presence of a reality that finally knew its own name. The bridge shuddered one last time. The unwritten didn't shatter. They were pulled into the tapestry, becoming the shadows that give a landscape its depth, the quiet moments between the notes of a song. They were no longer the never. They were the not yet. As the last of the violet light settled into the glass, I felt the final tether of my humanity snap. I wasn't standing on the bridge anymore. I was the bridge. I was the river. I was the sky. But I was also still there, a small, concentrated point of awareness at the center of the world. The suns finished their descent, and for the first time, a true moon rose over the city. It wasn't a cold, dead rock. It was a silver eye, watching over a world that was finally, safely asleep. Sarah walked onto the bridge. Her footsteps didn't echo with bells anymore. They sounded like a heartbeat. She walked to the center, to the spot where I had knelt. There was nothing there but a faint, pulsing violet glow embedded in the glass, shaped like a handprint. She knelt and placed her hand over the glow. "Lilias," she whispered. I couldn't speak, not with a voice, but I could make the wind brush against her cheek. I could make the silver moss at her feet bloom with tiny emerald flowers. I could make the bridge hum with a low, comforting vibration that told her I was still there, holding the world together so she could walk on it. She leaned her head against the glass. "It's a beautiful mountain range, Elias. The trails are perfect." The city around us was quiet, but it wasn't the silence of the weaver. It was the silence of a theater before the curtain rises, the silence of a blank page waiting for the first word. The field where shadows gathered was gone. In its place was a city of light and dark, of logic and dreams, a place where the clocks didn't tick because they were too busy listening to the world breathe. I felt the city settle into its new skin. The eye was no longer an imaginary unit, it was the soul of the machine. The one was no longer a solitary number, it was the foundation of the many. And as the moon climbed higher, casting a long, violet shadow across the water, I knew that the story hadn't ended. It had only just found its rhythm. We were no longer ghosts. We were the ink and the paper, the reader and the writer. We were the bridge between what was and what could be. And for the first time in 10,000 years, the world was exactly where it was supposed to be, in the middle of a sentence that was never going to end. Far off in the North District, a mountain peak shimmered, catching the silver moonlight. A single cat, its fur a nebula of blue and gold, sat on the highest crag and looked down at the city. It blinked once, a slow, knowing gesture, and then began to purr, a sound that vibrated through the stone, through the river, and through the glass bridge where a girl sat with her hand pressed against a glow. The purr was the sound of a world that had finally, truly, begun to live. And as I felt it resonate through every fiber of my being, I knew that the walk we had started was going to be a very long one. There were still districts to explore, still parks that wanted to be oceans, and still people who needed to be reminded that their shadows were meant to dance. The ledger was full, but the world was empty of its old chains. And as the violet light pulsed in time with Sarah's heart, I prepared for the next page to turn. The transition was not a death, but a diffusion. To be the anchor was to be everywhere at once, yet nowhere in particular. I felt the weight of the rain before it fell. I felt the dreams of the man who had discarded his watch as they began to take the shape of a house by the sapphire stream. My consciousness was a thin, shimmering veil stretched over the bones of the city, and through that veil I felt the first real tremor of the next. The never had been pushed back, but the void left a chill that lingered in the marrow of the buildings. It was a cold that couldn't be fought with fire, only with presence. Sarah remained on the bridge for a long time, her hand pressed against my violet handprint, her emerald light the only thing keeping the darkness from curdling back into static. She was talking to me, her voice a low murmur that vibrated through my glass skin. She spoke of the things she would build now that the weaver's blueprints were gone. She spoke of gardens that grew memories and libraries where the books read themselves to you in the voices of people you had lost. "I won't let it go to waste, Elias," she whispered. "The space you've held, I'll fill it with things worth keeping." She stood up eventually, her silhouette sharp against the silver moon. She didn't look back as she walked toward the North District, but I felt her every step. Each time her heels struck the ground, it was a pulse of affirmation. I watched her go through 1,000 eyes, the glass windows of the skyscrapers, the reflective surface of the river, the dew on the new-grown grass. I was the city, and she was the life within it. But a city is more than its streets and its lights. It is a repository of stories, and some of those stories were still jagged, unfinished things. In the South District, where the gears had been most numerous, the silence was still heavy. The people there were like sleepwalkers who had forgotten how to wake up. They stood on street corners, their hands instinctively reaching for watches that were no longer there, their eyes searching the sky for a sun that followed a schedule. I reached out to them. It wasn't a physical touch, but a nudge in the architecture of their thoughts. I shifted the angle of the streetlights to cast shadows that looked like old friends. I tuned the hum of the power lines to match the frequency of a lullaby. Slowly, the rigidity began to break. A woman in a gray coat looked at her empty wrist, sighed, and then did something she hadn't done in 40 years. She looked at the person standing next to her and smiled. It was a small victory, a single spark, but in the vacuum of the weaver's world, it was a conflagration. As the first night wore on, I realized that being the anchor meant more than just holding the rift shut. It meant being the mediator between the logic of the South and the wildness of the North. The I and the One were still vibrating against each other, trying to find a permanent equilibrium. If the I grew too strong, the world would dissolve into a fever dream where gravity was a suggestion and identity was a fluid. If the One regained its hold, the gears would start turning again, grinding the soul back into dust. I had to be the balance. I had to be the friction that allowed the wheels to turn without becoming a cage. Deep in the foundations, where the never had tried to climb out, I felt a lingering pocket of resistance. It wasn't the void this time, but a remnant of the weaver's own intent, a backup subroutine, a last resort etched into the very bedrock. It was a clock that didn't measure time but entropy. It was buried beneath the central square, a massive leaden pendulum that was swinging slower and slower. When it stopped, it wouldn't just end the day. It would trigger a collapse, pulling the dream back into the gray reality of the field. I couldn't reach it with my hands, for I had none. I couldn't command it to stop, for it was built to ignore the anchor. It was a machine designed to survive the death of its creator. I needed a proxy. I needed someone who still had the one of a physical body, but the eye of a dreamer. I searched the city, my awareness flickering through the streets like heat lightning. I found him near the sapphire stream. The man who had dropped his watch was sitting by the water, trying to skip stones. He wasn't very good at it. The stones sank with a dull thud, but he seemed to enjoy the ripples. I gathered the wind around him, whispering his name. or rather, the name he had forgotten he had. Arthur, the wind breathed. The man froze, a stone held mid-toss. He looked around, his eyes wide. Who's there? The bridge, I whispered, vibrating the air in his inner ear. The city needs a hand that can touch the iron. Go to the square. Beneath the pillar that turned to petals, there is a door. You must find the pendulum. Arthur looked terrified. He was a man who had spent his life following a watch. The idea of a mission, a purpose that wasn't dictated by a gear, was overwhelming. I can't. I don't have a schedule for that. I don't know how long it will take. It takes as long as a heartbeat, I told him, making the flowers at his feet glow a soft, encouraging violet. And you have plenty of those now. He stood up, his legs shaking, but he started to walk. He walked because the world felt real under his feet, and for the first time, he cared if it stayed that way. As Arthur made his way toward the center of the city, I had to focus on holding the sky together. The moon was beginning to wobble. The never was pushing against the underside of the clouds, turning the silver light into a bruised purple. The stars, those little lives in the dark, were flickering out one by one. I felt the strain in my very essence. To be the anchor was to be pulled in opposite directions by the infinite and the infinitesimal. Sarah felt it too. She had reached the foothills of the Obsidian Mountains, and she turned back, sensing the instability. She raised her hands, and the emerald light shot upward, a beacon intended to steady the heavens. Hold on, Elias, her voice echoed through the collective mind of the city. We're not done yet. I channeled her light through my own transparency, focusing it like a lens. We were a circuit, she was the power, and I was the wire. Together, we pinned the moon back into place, but the pendulum below was still slowing. I could feel its heavy, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum in the soles of Arthur's feet as he reached the square. He found the door. It was hidden beneath a carpet of white petals, a heavy iron hatch that smelled of oil and old age. He pulled on it, his muscles straining. It didn't budge. The weaver had locked it with a code of pure logic. The numbers, Arthur, I whispered through the rustling of the petals. The numbers that don't add up. Arthur stared at the hatch. There were 3 dials on the surface, each marked with digits from 0 to 9. He thought for a moment, his brow furrowed. He remembered the watch he had carried. He remembered the seconds he had counted, the thousands of hours he had spent waiting for a bell to ring. The time I lost, he muttered. He didn't enter a sequence of prime numbers or a mathematical constant. He turned the dials to the age he was when he first realized he was unhappy, then to the number of years he had spent alone, then to the single second it took for his watch to shatter on the concrete. The hatch clicked. It swung open, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into a throat of darkness. Arthur went down. He descended into the gut of the world, where the air was thick with the smell of grease and the sound of grinding metal. At the bottom, in a chamber of cold stone, hung the pendulum. It was a sphere of black iron the size of a carriage, suspended by a chain of links as thick as a man's torso. It was swinging in a shallow arc, each movement sluggish, as if the air itself were turning to honey. Behind it, a massive clock face was etched into the wall. It had no hands, only a single red line that moved toward a 0 at the top of the circle. The line was a hair's breadth away. "What do I do?" Arthur shouted, his voice swallowed by the vastness of the chamber. "Stop the movement," I told him, my voice a frantic vibration in the stones. "Not the time, but the machine. It thinks it's still in charge of the ending. Show it that the ending has been rewritten." Arthur looked at the pendulum. He was a small man, and the iron was immense. He couldn't stop it with his strength. He looked around the room and saw a pile of discarded gears, the scrap metal of the weaver's failures. He began to grab them, throwing them into the path of the swinging weight. The first gear was crushed into dust. The second one snapped. The pendulum didn't care. It was the momentum of a dying universe. "It's not enough," Arthur cried. "The eye, Arthur," I urged. "Use the imaginary. It's not iron you're